All right, we're here. We've made it. Huzzah! Uh-oh, my eye is giving me the business. Well, everything was all set, and I was going to be on time, and then there was real-life chaos, as opposed to me trying to get ready for stream chaos. So that's fine. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are, whenever you are. Hello. I'm a practical eccentric, and I am here for Bookshop Simulator today. But it is Sunday, so we are feeling a little bit lazy, which is fine. Feel like sometimes that's the best, when Sundays feel a little lazy. You know, kind of that rest day. But the boys are getting ready to go out with Dad, so I was trying to make sure that if they needed anything from me before they left, that I could help that. So that's part of the reason for the chaos. But they are going to go out and have a little bit of a time, and that's good. But we are going to go ahead and call that a good shuffle. And we'll cut and draw our card of the day. Okay. Can we see it? Is there glare? Probably. Try a little bit of... Okay. There should be a way to... Woman center. I don't know. Ah! I can't center, apparently, ever. Oh, I just realized I forgot to fix my camera. It's ideal partnership. There we go. Focusing on too many things at once. I am a rare and precious find, and my brilliance will be reflected back to me when I am paired with a true match. My ideal partnerships and working relationships are easy and free-flowing. I deserve greatness because I am greatness. And to paraphrase Rumi, what I'm looking for is also looking for me. In fact, he or she might be paraphrasing Rumi right now. That is interesting. Do I have that written down? I don't, and that's part of the problem. Okay, I didn't write it down for myself. Okay. There, before I forget. But, once again, an appropriate card. And I will never not be pleasantly surprised by that fact. So, this is Ideal Partnership. Excellent. All right. Well, now that we've done that, message received. How's everybody doing today? I hope you are doing well. Gonna be enjoying relaxing today. I don't work tomorrow, so there's a little bit less pressure on getting all of the weekend things done before tomorrow. So let's go ahead and deal with the sound, and then we can do this and get into Bookshop Simulator. So I did play a little bit after last... I'm on the right thing. Okay, I did play a little bit after last week's half, I guess, of a stream, because I wanted to build up some money. The only thing I have done besides make money is hire people. I think that's the only thing I have done. Everything else has stayed the same. I didn't get any new book titles. I didn't get any new furniture. Oh, nope, that's a lie. I got another counter because I figured if I had more employees, I could have 2 counters. Now, I have actually been running the counter to try and get customers through, because if it works like most simulation games, and I'm pretty sure it does, like there's a maximum number of customers that you can have at any given time in the store. So the faster you get people through the register and not let the line build up, the more people will be able to come in throughout the day. Pardon me. So I have been doing that, and I currently have almost $60,000. So that puts me in a great position for, let me pull it up. Everything looks okay. For the update. So the update Says update point 9 is now live. This update brings the second part of the cafe update, including employees, new variations for the cafe furniture, achievements, quality of life improvements, bug fixes, and more. Let's see, the cafe employees are here. Cafe employees work slightly different from normal employees as they're exclusive to the cafe. You can find them in the cafe app under the new employees tab. They will work the cash register for the cafe for you, including pouring coffee and fetching pastries from display cases. Then we have new cafe furniture. A couple of counter variations have been added to the cafe to help customize your cafe look better. In addition to the standard variation from part 1, 2 more have been added with matching furniture for coffee machines and display cases. A coffee holder has also been put in to help store coffee in between pouring coffee and serving it to customers. This is also available with the above counter variations. Cafe employees will prefer serving customers with coffee stored in the coffee holder before pouring more coffee themselves. A pastry storage rack is also now available to hold all of your extra pastry boxes. There are new walls and floors. Several new wall and flooring options have been added to support more unique cafes. Cafe setups including more colored marble checkerboard options, a striped wall variation, walls to complement the cafe counters, and herringbone style flooring for a new wooden variation. There are 4 new books, and they've added a few little things for Valentine's Day, so happy Valentine's Day. Yesterday was, if you celebrate, or if you don't, I still wish you all the love, even if it's not romantic or commercial love. Like, you know, some people do not like Valentine's Day, but I wish you love regardless of what day it is. While most of this update was focused on the cafe side, we did have a little time to throw in a couple small things for those who wish to make your stores decorated for Valentine's Day, a new heart wallpaper, and a new candy for sale. So I have not really looked at any of that stuff. Actually, I don't know if I played after the update was out. I feel like I might have played before the update actually released. So let's pet our cat. And the food dish is full. I don't think they've done anything with the litter box. Why do I feel like sound is weird? Oh, you know why I think sound is weird? Because my sound is turned down in my ears. Let's look at our sound levels and see what it looks like. We might want to change that just a little bit. I can't remember what I had this set to. I really hate it when it's a slider. It bothers me so much. Let's go ahead and put those. I was having trouble with the sound not being you know what, woman, it's not that big of a deal. Just get over yourself. I would turn the master volume down, which theoretically should turn down all the volumes, and I turned it down to 0, and I was still hearing sound. Not the music, but I was hearing the effects volume, and it was really, really loud, and I thought that was so strange because I had the master volume turned down, so I don't know why. Oh my goodness. Hey, thank you. I hope you are doing well as well. I've been lurking a lot and been playing all kinds of new games. What is that? Star Sand. And I saw you play WoW a couple of times. But I've had to listen. I haven't been able to chit chat. But how are you? I hope you are doing well as well. What am I doing? I think I'm just opening. I need to assign people cash registers. Farming sim. Oh, that's right. I played a farming sim ages ago. And I was like, oh my gosh, this is involved. So I think it's funny that some of those sim games have been going on for quite a while now, and every year there's a new one. So is it pretty good though? Oh, doing good. Excellent. That's awesome. Maybe a cashier. Oh, you're definitely going to be a cashier. You need some levels. All right. And I think you should be a cashier because you also need levels. I think he's the newest employee I have. Did I turn on this light? I did. There was supposed to be a brightness setting that they added. Brightness. Maybe. apply. Does that help me at all? It does feel brighter, although it almost feels washed out now. So maybe we'll turn that back down a little bit. Maybe split the difference, go back to 20 ish. Oh, hey, we did it. Haha. Farming someone you can once you get it. So addictive, chill, and it's kind of calming at times. The physics are funny. Man, it's been I don't even remember which one I played before. But yes, I do remember it's just kind of you get in a zen state of taking care of your farmland and stuff. But it has been a long time. I don't remember, like years. I feel like it might have been pre-pandemic, so that's over 6 years ago now. It's crazy, or it's about 6 years ago if you go back just to the beginning of the pandemic. But yeah, it's crazy. Now 20 seems too low almost. And we're fine. It's better than 0. Okay, is that everything? Let me check my stock room. Oh, crap. What happened here? How do I not have books? Usually I order backroom stuff. Do I need books out here too? No, these are okay. Well, that's kind of wild. I usually, at the end of the day, do all of the ordering, so I don't have to worry about it first thing in the morning and I can just get going. But apparently, I was slacking. I probably should have ordered at least one more book. My problem with ordering one title to fill in the gap of that shelf, because I doubled this title, is that, wait a second, I don't need that. Is that then I have to figure out a book that's appropriate for putting on top of that series. It really irritates me that there's only 3 titles in that series. Goodness. Alrighty, well, the question is, oh, wait a minute. Did I get that last one? What is that? I did not. I got this one. Okay. Pay attention. Pay attention. It's all good. Should I go ahead and kick it off by doing... Cafe. Well, let's look at the app then and see what it looks like. I have not done a cafe here yet at all. So we have the employees tab. Is this it? Cafe level 3. I'm going to have to run the cafe for a bit. Ooh, look at all these new options. Cute, cute, cute. All right, how much is it going to be? Why can't I scroll down and see the price? $400 for a pastry storage shelf. And coffee holder. Oh, what color scheme do... Well, not color scheme. It's more of like a texture scheme. Do I want... Do I want the brown? I feel like the brown might go well in the whatever the color scheme and wood tone that they have chosen for you for Paris. Maybe I'll adjust it later. I don't know if I want to involve all of this stuff, but how much is it going to be for that? It's going to be probably closer to, because I don't remember how much the pastries cost. They're not too expensive. But I'm going to say it's probably going to cost me $5 grand if I want to throw some tables in there. It might even cost a little bit over $5 grand, which I can do. I'm going to go ahead and grab a couple of tables. Let's go ahead and buy it now. And then I think what I might do is I might push this out a little bit. Is it weird to have the cat pan out? Let's not, because I'm going to make this corner over here the cafe. Maybe we shouldn't put the cat pan in the cafe. That sounds kind of gross to have. But I could keep this out here. And I'm going to put the tables outside. because I do like the look of that. So let's go ahead and put a table here. Okay. I'm assuming these are kind of like half the size of the register. Okay, so I'm going to box that. What am I doing? Throwing it. Chuck it on the ground. It's our go-to. You know what? I'm not doing this until I expand the shop a little bit. Bookstore cafe? Absolutely. You need to have coffee with your books. Tab. Okay, too many games. I'm playing too many games with different controls. I can't remember all the buttons. Expandyland. There we go. Good job, brain. Thank you for engaging. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and do this. Ugh, it looks so terrible when you first do it. Okay, so I kind of feel like I'm going to leave these shelves as a little bit of a wall. And then we'll get floor and paint. Is this paint? This is wallpaper. Unless we have some sort of magical roller that puts patterns on, which I think they actually make. Although those can be tricky to use because you have to really line them up right to get the pattern to look right. All right. Good morning. And snacks. Yes, you need like cookies and cakes and breads and scones and all of that stuff, you know. How are you, Miss Bama? I hope you were doing well. Okay, I'm going to put this down. Nope, I'm going to open this up and then put it down because I'm not exactly sure how much space I'm going to need. I'm hoping that, because I could put the coffee behind me. It doesn't have to be facing at the register. So let's grab this. I've been playing too much Teddy's Haven. So all of my buttons are wrong now. Okay, why won't you do the thing? There we go. So nope. I'm like, I can't figure out which buttons I need. Ah, no, we don't need to be that far forward. Okay. How close is this? This is pretty tight in here. Is it lined? I want it to be lined up with this. Okay, what else do I have to put over here? I have the storage, which I shouldn't need more than one at the moment. So that's good. One to start is nice. Uh-oh. Apparently, it's just, oh, it's interesting. It doesn't actually fit there. All right, well, we'll turn it for now. And then we'll move these forward. But I need to see what else I'm working with before I start adjusting. All right, so there we go. What else do I have? Oh, I have the little, is this the corner? Rah. F. There we go. Good job. Okay, so it lines up like that. I see. Because the other ones I think were rounded. At least they look like they were rounded. So, can I... Oh no. I want it to be lined up with that. Alright. Is that good enough? You better line up with this counter. I'm gonna have to just do it myself. And I'm using the floorboards too. So we'll shift it back just a little bit. I don't like that. I don't like it. Okay, I want to be able to see. Ugh. Blurg. All right. Oh, interesting. This isn't going to actually be over enough. Okay. So we'll have to go off of this wall. I'm fussing. Who's surprised? Nobody. Now, if I do this, can I turn this? Yes. That's exactly what I wanted. Ah. Alrighty. I kind of wish there was a plane counter that's this size to put here. Did I miss that? Is that something that is here and I just didn't see it? Maybe. Nope. Theoretically, I could do 2 pastry counters. I could do that. And I have enough money to do it. So I'm going to go ahead and do that and do a second pastry storage shelf. And then you would fuss too, right? Usually this game is pretty good on letting you kind of, like if it's on the wall, it's really easy to get things to line up according to the wall. But if you kind of have things out in the open, sometimes it can get weird. But usually if I use like the shelf as the basis, it does okay. But like apparently the cafe stuff is different. Like the counters are kind of different. So like this is lining up off the wall, but if I do it here, it lines off the rack. So they go, you know, right up next to each other, which is very satisfying for me. I appreciate that so much. But, oh, this is not what I wanted to do. Box, and there, chuck it on the ground. Huzzah. Kind of want to put you here. And you can go over there. And then you. Like, I wonder if I could do that. Oh! That's fine. It's going to be a little off from the bookshelves here, but I don't think I'm going to have a problem with that. We like it when it squares up. Okay. Oh, thank you. Why? 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 Damn it. Oh! It's even taller, it looks like. Well, maybe not from this angle. Maybe it's just the... Okay, it looks like that here, too. And we know those lined up just right. So it's off, but, like, very, very slightly. I'm going to just ignore it for now because I don't want to think too hard. No thanks. Wait, what else do I need? I need pastries. And I think it's 1 box per slot. So that would be 4... How many pastries? How many pastries do I have? Okay. I feel like I have 3. Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, I'm going to have baguettes before long. So we can just chill out. It's going to be a little weird for a while, but that's okay. So we'll go ahead and do... Where are these not in alphabetical order? Croissant. Cream puff. Price. Name. There we go. No. 1, 2, 3. Let's see, I've got 8 divided by 3, so we're going to have 3, 3, and 2. Okay. And then figure it out. I only have to make it to level 5, and then it'll all be fine. Don't think about it. I feel like they didn't used to be a solid body, and now they're a solid body, and it's weird. I made these 2, right? I wish I could put, like, posters or something on the back side of the bookshelves. Just to not have them be naked. Oh no, I did it wrong. Crap. See, here's the problem. I'm going left to right, and then I was gonna try and just mirror it so the cream puffs were up there, but it bothers me. Alright, no, no. Cream puffs, no. Okay. So it's gonna be 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Oh man, when I finally get the 4th, the baguettes, it's gonna make my life so much better. My brain's gonna be so much happier. Welcome to my stream where I overthink all the things. Alright, so I now need... I'm just gonna get 3 boxes of each, and we'll just deal with it. Yeah, I am silly. At least I try to laugh at myself being ridiculous. It helps saying it out loud, because sometimes it's just like, if you let the brain circus go unchecked, and by unchecked I mean take it too seriously for too long, that's, I think, when some weird compulsions start to take over your life. So I'm trying not to let that be my reality. Okay, okay, okay. I need... Did I not put croissants? What the hell? Oh, they got... Okay, I see. I see what has happened. Alright, there we go. We have assigned all of the shelves. I need to price things. There we go. That's not how we price things. This is the one. How do we price these? Did we do market 1, 2, round? Yes, we did. So just like the books, market 1, 2, round. We're all mad here. That's all of us, don't worry. Right. That is one nice thing about being here or hanging out with other people that are very, you know, like have similar things like that. Is like, there's a little bit of comfort knowing that we're not alone. We may do it slightly differently from each other, or we may end up with like different things that satisfy those itches in our brain, but at least we know that we're all kind of weird and handle these things in different ways. But we're all coping. And so now, this day might get a little chaotic as they start to line up. I mean, it is first thing in the morning, so I get it. Ooh. Oh, because I think they added the achievements. So... And you know what I'd like to see in addition to them adding like negative buffs for the cat litter? I don't know if they'll ever do that, but like, was freshness a thing? Are these assumed to always be fresh no matter how long they sit, you know? But I don't know if that's a level of detail they're going to go into for the game. Or like, will the pastries get stale after sitting out all night? I feel like they may not add that level of detail, which is fine. Oh, you know what I just realized? Since the stalkers are not, like, I don't know, non-corporeal, is this going to be too tight of quarters? Me here and them trying to come through and stalk. Ooh, excuse me. Okay, so far so good. Might as well just keep making coffees. Oh, how are we doing over here? It's okay. Alright. Goodness. Could I expand even more? Do I want more of a stockroom? Oh, no. Not yet. We don't really need more of a stockroom yet unless I add... What are you doing? Grab a coffee. Unless I start getting, like, board games and candy and stuff like that, which theoretically I could do. I could add some manga, and I could add... what? Candy, board games. There we go. Good job, brain. You got there. You know, I caffeinated my brain enough, I think. But somehow I feel like I might not be caffeinated enough. My husband and I have also been staying up too late the last few days playing Grounded because they released an update for that at the end of January and it had a lot of new content, so... Which is great. But that also means, like, what was the other night that we stayed up till, like, 2? No, no, thanks. Oh. What is happening in your hand, sir? I don't understand. You have a cake and a bag of books in your hand, and you're ordering a coffee. Does that mean they came around for 2 things? Like, did they come to the cafe and grab a cake and then come back after buying their books to grab a coffee to go with it? Because that's interesting to have a customer go back to the counter more than once. I cannot get to level 3 fast enough. Oh, because I'm not actually at the counter. So yeah, see, this person already has a croissant in their hand and a bag. Which honestly looks hysterical to me. Alright. Oh yeah, this layout is not great. It's not very efficient. But that's okay. It's a learning day. We will learn today. Alright. I wonder how the book side of things is going. I think the cream puff is the funniest one. It's like, can you... I mean, the way she looks is like she's jammed her fingers into it. And then she's just gonna eat it up. Like her hand is a fork. Just don't turn your the pages of your new books with that hand. Because then you'll get all the pages sticky and the thought of that just makes me go, no thanks. No thanks. When can you hire the cashier? Level 3. So I haven't even made it to level 2. So yeah, it's gonna take probably 3-4 days of doing this. Which I can't get there fast enough. You know, I should be able to make a lot of money in the meantime, though, which means by the time I have to stop micromanaging the counter over here, I'll be able to play around with a lot of money for the book side of things. I meant to try and do some cafe stuff and completely spaced that that was a thing. I just made some money and then never made it back to do the cafe stuff. So, oh well, the best laid plans. But I've been playing Teddy's Haven in my downtime as of late. And doing stuff for Dreamlight Valley. Because I needed to... Actually, I wasn't even doing prep for the update. I was just doing like Dream Snaps and decorating series stuff. So... I feel like I have to concentrate a lot when I'm doing this. I think part of it, too, is the fact that it's not quite, Like, I haven't built up the muscle memory of where I need to be when I need to be there. It is nice having more than one coffee available, though. I wonder when they come along, like the, I wonder if they'll fill the whole thing in their downtime, you know? I feel like they should, because otherwise why would it be there? Unless they expect me to do it. I also wonder if you have more than one cafe employee, but only one register, like what will they do? Would they fill the pastries and coffee things? Would you assign them? What game is that where you can assign things to people? There's a game I'm playing where you do that. The hell game is it? I don't remember. There's too many games. Oh, it was Schedule 1, which I was not streaming. But you do assign employees in that game to specific... What? What? Who left this down here? Why is it... That's random. If they took it off a shelf, they should have been able to put it back on a shelf. That makes no sense to me. So I feel like it probably wouldn't be an assigned thing. Like, you wouldn't assign them workstations or things like that. I feel like when you assign them to do a specific thing, like stocker or cashier, they choose their register. Stocking, you don't really do anything. You don't assign them, like, shelves to stock. Like a section. Oh my gosh. I'm already back up to 33,000. It's only 5 o'clock. I feel like this is what happened last time I did the cafe. Where I'm just like, man, time must be passing. And then it's still not. But time will tell. Time will tell us exactly what, you know, how the behaviors will be. I did not participate in their experimental version for testing out the cafe update, so it'll be new for all of us, unless you played the experimental. You want a cream puff? Man, the books must be selling over there. Ooh, the cash registers are looking pretty good, though. I was afraid I was gonna, because I haven't looked over there in a while. I was afraid I was gonna look over there and see like 20 people in line, but that is not the case. So that is nice. Ah. Nope. Autosave. I thought they said they had like fixed that saving thing where it was like hangs up your game a little bit. But maybe I misunderstood something else that they fixed. Oh. I see that. I thought about playing Star Sand. It looks cute. But I don't know if I want to add another game in yet. Because, well, so next week I'm probably going to go ahead and stream Dreamlight Valley on Thursday. I thought about doing my every other week, but the only reason I really think I'm going to do it next week is because of the Valentine event. Because it's only 2 weeks, which means if I wait 2 weeks, it'll be the day after it ends that I play it again. So I want to get back in there. I've been doing a little bit of the Valentine's quest, but I think you can only do like one a day. So I definitely want to make sure I'm making time for that before that event is over. But once it's over, I will probably go back to doing every other day. I'm not sure what I'm going to do next Sunday. Kind of depends on how this goes. But once I get to going back to every other day on Dreamlight Valley, I might look at another game or maybe doing another. Holy bejesus, look how many people are in line for this crap. Okay. And it's 8 o'clock. Jeez. Okay, you guys. At least there's no negative buffs right now for how long they wait in line, because I kind of feel like, again, that's something else I would like to see, is negative impact for their line wait, but I don't know if they'll ever do that. I think the game would still be fine without it, but sometimes it feels like a little bit more of a challenge to have elements like that in a game. I guess it also depends on how stressful they want things to get, you know? Either would be fine. Like, I don't have a problem with kind of a zen state where everyone's just patient infinitely, you know, that kind of thing. But I don't mind the idea of kind of upping the ante and having things potentially provide negative impact on their experience, you know? Because then it might be something where it would affect the amount of tips you make or something like that. Or, I don't know, a review system, customer, like in-game Yelp. I don't know if I want that, but it'd be interesting to see what somebody could come up with, you know, as far as game mechanics. But I'm going to have to look at my list of game demos and games I still have to play. Like, I haven't played Tiny Bookshop yet, and I still want to make time for that at some point. Ooh, look at the tips. Fantastic. Ooh, collect your first tips. First tips since the achievements were available. Holy crap, are there still people shopping? Is it just you? Do I need to close the store officially? What is this still doing out here? Oh, did I order too much at the beginning of the day? Maybe that was the problem, and I just never noticed because I've been... Oh, crap. Woman! Okay, chuck it on the ground. Coffee. I used my last coffee thinking I had already served the last person. But I definitely have some games to play. I have Libertopia, which I haven't actually tried at all. I saw Rymanora playing it ages ago and was like, ooh, I work in a library. Let's do that. And then I got it when I was doing my splurge on a Steam sale. But I have yet to play that. And then... Okay. Oh, can I do it like this? Will you let me? No. V. Maybe if I don't throw it on the ground. Open? Can I? That's fine. But those are both book-centric games. And considering I've been playing this, which is a book-centric game, I wouldn't mind playing something not book-centric. So... I've got, this, what is it? Horticulture, something. It's a very different game style. And it had really good reviews. And then it had a sequel. What is that called? Strange Horticulture and Strange Antiquities. So I thought about doing that. Oh, and I still have Yard Sale Simulator, which I have not played yet. But again, that kind of goes back to their simulator games and kind of shopping simulator games. And so I feel like it might be nice to play. I mean, I think the Strange Antiquities and Strange Horticulture, I think they're also kind of a shop, but they're not a simulator game like this. So I'm wondering if one of those might be good to put in next. And then later in the year, do the second one. And then I could break up the either books or simulator kind of gameplay stuff. You played Infinity Nikki all day yesterday. I feel like I saw that you were on there. Did you get your fish? What else do I need to do? Played Farming Sim 25 from 4 a.m. to 9 p.m. Holy crap. Now, I played more yesterday than I meant to play. But I should have been doing some stuff around the house, and I did not. So I feel like I have to make time for stuff around the house today. But 4 a.m. to 9 p.m. What am I doing? I'm setting you guys to stalkers. I have 36,000. I almost feel like I want to push this wall back. But I haven't been able to game like that in ages. I used to, man. I used to play like that. Pay. That was weird. Did I only pay the employees this morning? That's odd. Okay. Expandyland. You found out you could buy it. Oh, it does not like fishing in the game. Yeah, arthritis is a bitch. So I'm glad that there was an alternative for that. It's very nice. So yay, you can move on. I'm not here. I was looking at the level. I got to level, oh, is this maxed almost? Or is this right at the beginning of level 2? I don't remember if it fills from black, you know, like white, or if black is the filling color. We'll find out tomorrow. God, it'd be amazing if I got to cafe level 3 tomorrow. Okay. So do I want to expandy again? Kinda. Confirm. So let's go get the wallpaper and the flooring. Because they're going to be a bit stocking anyway. Okay. I feel like I should pet my cat. Excuse me. Ah, don't leave. Okay, I pet you. All right. What else came out? Oh, there was something else that came out on Game Pass that's like you are running at a gas station, but you are also an aliens. So you're trying to prepare for the alien invasion while also running a gas station in disguise, but the disguises are literally like a sheet of paper with a face drawn on it and like stuck to their head. Like, I don't know if they had a string or tape, but it looked very tongue-in-cheek, and I thought it was an interesting take on the simulator style of gameplay. I was trying to entice my husband and kids to play it, because I feel like my husband and I have played Schedule 1 together, and then the younger has played Supermarket Simulator with me, and I was thinking that I kind of want to push this back a little bit. Maybe like 2? If it was 2 back, it would be here. Maybe. Can I buy more book titles? But it looked very silly. And there's also like some stuff that's come out on Epic for free over the last few weeks that I've been like, I might want to play those. See, there's just too much. There's too much fun to be had. What is the Fogborn series? Who writes Fogborn? Because I don't know. I don't know. It's a trilogy. Boo. Another 3-title series on a 4-shelf bookshelf. Who is this? Brandon Watterson. Okay, so let's see if I can find author. Now, do they sort by last name? Because that's what they should do. Nope, they do not. They need a librarian on their development team. Barry Water or Brian, was it Barry or Brian? This is under what? Bob. Evil of Eternity. That sounds like it might be. Okay, so Brandon Watterson, Evil of Eternity is part of the Fogborn series, yes? The Pit of Dissension. Okay, it's Brandon. Good job. So if I do this, and then I do... What is this? That almost looks like another series. A Clash of Queens? A Game of Power? It's Game of Thrones. That's what this is. Okay. But I was looking for the other... What the hell? I'm doing by author. It was after Harry Potter. I thought it was after Harry Potter. Where'd it go? What was the other book called? The Evil of Eternity. Oh, it was before the Harry Potters. Okay. There it is. That's the Fogborn series, because I knew there was an achievement for that. So I need a full bookshelf and probably another full storage rack. How many more book titles can I open up? That's the question. The Hollow. What is that based on? Adele L. Grove. I don't reckon, but it's a romance book, so probably, I don't read a lot of romance in real life. So I don't know what it would be. We could do that. Yeah, we'll do that. And we'll do spice. Okay. All right, so that was 5 new titles. So let's go ahead and go into... Let's go ahead and get another one of the big ones. I kind of don't want... I kind of want to leave the series in their own shelves. So I bought a whole series. And then I bought 2 additional titles. All right, which means I need, and they're kind of at the end. So what I'm going to do, because I want to move the shelves back too as well. So I'm going to kind of leapfrog my way to get the spacing right. Or should I just tuck it straight up in this corner? Because that would be, this would be how wide it will be. Maybe I should just tuck it... Well, do I really want the cafe that open over here? Because that would push me back to there. And I kind of want to leave... I kind of don't want to do that. All right. So that means this one needs to go here. And then we can do this, and we can box it, and then put it on the ground. And we can box it and put it on the ground. That's not how things go. Box, and then put it on the ground. Good job, girl. Good job. You can do it. Good for you. Nope. There we go. All right. And then this one is what I got, that and spice. So that one needs to go. Nope. That one needs to go here. And then that one. And then are we doing Fogborn before Court? Yeah, we could do that. It's fine. Just continue to push the wrong buttons. It's one of your favorite pastimes. Now the question is, did I get it right? I did not get it right. I got it wrong. I don't like it. You know what I could do? I could put it in the corner, and then I could move the coffee. There we go. Did I not need to shift it too? Anyway, I got it wrong. Doesn't matter. At least this is fairly easy to do. All right. And then I will take that and do this. Ah! Why? Pick it up. What the? I almost feel like I should make note and put it in the Discord. I don't like how narrow this is. I don't like that. Do I want to push this out a little bit? I worked so hard to get it to line up with the things. But it's too tight in there now. Is that going to be enough room? Could I put it here? How lined up is that? All right. Just when you think you have it. I've also been having trouble, like, with fine movements with my mouse. Are they not the same width? No, they are the same width. Just weird. All right, one more fuss, and then I'm going to be done fussing. And if you believe that, it's closer. Close enough. It's still too narrow. So we'll just do this. I knew that counter was going to do it too. I was like, wait for it. This one almost looks like it's wider, but maybe not. I think the outline is slightly wider, which makes it kind of hard to see when you're pointing at it. But that actually looks pretty lined up. So that one worked out. Okay. I need to order books. Especially books that go on shelves that I just purchased. So let's go ahead. Oh, and I need to make space for that. Okay. Okay. And that one can go in there. And you can go there. All right. Good job. Good job. You can do it. You can do it. I will say this, that even though it seems a little chaotic when I redo things, this is one of my favorite things about this game, is redoing all the layout and stuff. Because it lets me experiment. And I love how freely this game lets you just tear stuff down, sell stuff off, and put stuff back up. I do love that a lot. Oh, Fogborn's gonna have to move. Crap on a cracker. I didn't think about that. That's fine, actually. So let's go ahead and start doing that. And much like this series, I'm going to make the first title 2 shelves. Because since it's a completed series, I'm assuming, I'm not familiar with this series either. Nope. No, you don't. I saw you. I'm assuming it's a complete series, so I'm going to put 2 shelves for the first title, because I feel like if people were trying out the series for their first time, they would probably be more inclined to pick up the first book. And then you may or may not have repeat customers for the other titles. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll do that. And then I got what? Spice and that. No, no, no. Oh, God. I thought they were filling the shelf I just emptied. Okay. Okay. And then that will go there. It's an odd. Let's put a horror book at the top of... Or is Tiny Women considered... It's not considered romance, even though there is a little bit of love in there. Gosh, it's been a long time since I've read Little Women. Anyway, and then Tomio Odette is absolutely romance. Okay, it's just considered fiction, because it's more than just... I mean, there's some love stuff in there, but it's not a romance. Okay, so that's going to go there, which means Taker needs to move down. Oh, I was like, wait, did I miss something? No. All right, so then Spice will go here. And until we get more titles to fill in those shelves, we'll just leave those doubled. All right, so that means I can order... No, I don't want to order stuff yet. I need to fix the alphabet in here. So this is going to be Fogborn, which means I need to get Fogborn out of here. Okay, so Fogborn does not go there. And then the other two will go there, and we'll leave it kind of like we have left... Actually, no, they have to go here. All right. So Fogborn will go here, and we'll just leave those two shelves empty. And then we have... You know, in my other save, when I finally got all of Japan expanded, I just started chucking things on shelves because I had so much staff at that point that I was like, I don't have to mess with it. They can just figure out where books live. They have computer brains, and they don't have to rely on memory of where things should go. It's so helpful. All right, so Tiny Women is doubled, so I'm going to leave this shelf empty, and then we will move Taker up here. Is Taker up there? No, that is up there. Well, that will... Stop. That will be up there. So this is that. No, this is Taker. That is that. I feel like I'm doing Abbott and Costello. Okay. And then this will be Spice. All right. Good job. All right, you guys are all good, which means I can order a bunch of stuff. First things I need to order are the new books. And that's these two. I might as well... do I want to go ahead and order 2 boxes? Not yet. I'm going to order those 2. And then, what was the other one? That and Spice. So now we can buy those, because I'm going to have to price them too. What was the second book of the Fogborn series called? The Pit of Dissension. Okay. There it is. So this can go there. Oh, I should have ordered a box of Fogborn. That can go there. Let's go ahead and do that. Will they end up using up the box? Not if I snatch it. Give it. Ugh. I don't need to do that. I just need to establish a storage spot for it. That's what I'm doing. Okay, there we go. Good job. I don't know if they actually need to stock it, but I needed a space. Okay, so this is Spice. All right. And you can live here. Because eventually I'm going to have to start getting stuff on the other end of the alphabet, which is going to have to pull everything this way. Well, does that make sense to anybody? Pull it to the right. So I might as well leave spaces on... Anyway. My brain. Explaining my brain. I don't know if that's a good idea. Because sometimes it's a visual thing inside your brain, you know? I thought about trying to explain it while in the storage room, but I'm like, no, just leave it alone. Just let it go. Okay. So once this is done, I'm going to price... I'm going to order the books, and then I'm going to price. So that they'll stock while I'm pricing and doing that. Man, it's amazing how many books you can sell in a day. It's kind of crazy. Do I want to do that? I was thinking I might want to move this gap, but I don't think it's that dire. This has 2 shelves. I don't want to have 2 shelves worth of storage. It doesn't matter. It's fine. I love a scanner. So, now that technology is catching up with, like, some of the things that we would like to do at the library, one of my favorite things, I have a wireless scanner, and so I can take a little Chromebook and go do in-office inventories for staff. It's so nice. It's so nice. Because they had done in-office inventories before, but it was years ago, and they did it with, like, paper printouts of spreadsheets and stuff, and then they'd have to manually update the computer. Just the thought of how long that must take. I mean, I did stuff kind of like that over the years, but just the inconvenience of that for both the library staff and the staff that you're having to be in their office for long enough to do that. No thanks. I will be grateful. Oh, and I don't know if we mentioned it, discussed it on the last time we played this game, but you can see this green outline in the back. That's the shelf that the storage lives on. And so I was like, oh, it'd be really great if you could see where the shelf was out here. The things lived on. You can if you open the box. So just an FYI, if you are wondering about that. Now, I will say that it doesn't stop you if the shelf or the storage area is empty from putting something else in its spot. I don't know if there's a way to lock it down or not. I don't think so. But at least it gives you a guide on where to put your stuff if you forget where things live and you can't read the little placards, because they are kind of tiny, which can be difficult to read. So, yes, it's very nice that I know that that's kind of my target for putting this box away. It's harder to see the closer I get, I find, personally. But at least it kind of gives me a direction to head if I forgot anything. Which, honestly, might be an argument for not being so tedious about putting things in storage in alphabetical order. Will that stop me from doing it? No. Just because I find it very satisfying. It's not that one. So yeah, see, the closer I got, the harder it was to tell where it was supposed to go. But if I'm in the ballpark when I get there, I can at least go, okay, it should be one of these shelves here. And if you have stuff already on the shelf, you can't put something else on the shelf with it. It does block you from doing that, which I do appreciate. You know what I should do? I should look at a little plaque and see. Nope. Can I not look at the plaque? You can't look at these plaques. Interesting. Because it'd be nice if you could lock this, as this is the title that lives on the shelf regardless of whether or not it's empty and could get something else put on it. That would be a lot of tedious management if you wanted to do it, but I feel like if you didn't want to ever do that, then you could just not use the feature. I should write that down. That makes perfect sense. Well, thank you. I'm assuming you were talking about when I was trying to explain how my brain works. So, I will be appreciative. lockable shelves for, I'm going to say for book storage and sale. I don't know how, I haven't done any kind of suggestions or feedback in the Discord for this game yet, so I'm not sure exactly where to put that, but I have so many notes I need to go dump anyway, so I'll figure that out. Haha, more to-dos. Okay, lockable shelves for storage and sale in Bookshop Sim. Okay, there we go. Good job. If I've written it down, at least at some point I will look at it, you know? Theoretically. I have looked at stuff that I've written down in the past, and I have actually put that information in the places it should go. So, I will trust that future me will maybe make the effort at some point. So as far as not being committed to actually doing it in a timely fashion, I have to make sure I give myself those loopholes. I do have 2 more days off, and the children are only off for 1 more day. So maybe Tuesday I will actually do note dumping. Right now I feel like my brain has been getting pulled in too many different directions because they've been off since Thursday and so have I. Ah, fantastic. But I had parent-teacher conferences, and then I can't remember, there was something we did on Friday. Anyway, it's just been like I've been pulled in multiple directions over the last now 4 days, if you count today. So maybe by Tuesday I'll be like, okay, thank God I have a minute to breathe before I go back to work. Cashier. Gosh, I got down to $1,000, and that's how quickly you can spend probably 70 grand in this game. Because I think I had a full day. I don't remember how much I made yesterday. No, that would be the end of today. This is still day 1. 12, 13. 12, 13. 11, 13. Wait, look, you can be a cashier tomorrow. All right. I'm going to trust it. Whoo! Negative 52,000 profit. So how much was the profit? I sold $10,000 worth of stuff here, and then I made a little over 5 grand, about 5,500 over there. So it's 15,000 plus the almost 60,000 I started with, and I have $1,000 left. So that's how fast you can spend money in this game, which is why I wanted to make a butt ton of money before I started playing again. But look, the beginnings of a cute little cafe. That's nice. So let's pay our bills. And theoretically, we should be good to just start. This looks so basic right now. All right, it's fine. Open. Pet the cat. Food bowl is full. We're going to do the cursory cleaning of the cat litter, even though it really doesn't do anything. Because I'm afraid, like, I'm gonna not have that habit, and then they're gonna add, you know, actual cleaning need to this game, and I will just be like, it's fine. Why is everybody so mad? Why is there like a "it smells in here" icon going above everyone's heads? I didn't stock this. Okay, we'll stock this. Nope, I'm busy. And then I'll realize that they've added stank to the cat pan. There's 2 boxes. There's 2 boxes. Okay. Perfect. Holy mother. Look how many people are already ready for coffee. Holy cat. Crap. Cap? No. Okay. We got this. We got this. And then we'll go look and see. Once I clear this line, hopefully, if this line ever clears, I'll go look and see what the leveling looks like, because I feel like it might fill in from black to white instead of from white to black. But if you see the cafe level to 3 and I don't catch it, let me know. Because it's entirely possible I will miss it. Because I don't think I registered when it got to level 2. focused. We're focused. You know, one of the things I haven't done yet is I haven't eaten anything. I have a breakfast bar and it's over there, like to my left, but until I get this cafe business employed, I don't think I'm gonna have time to eat it. Which may not be good, because it means I haven't fed my brain. Okay. Cream Puff, thank you for not ordering a coffee. Because now I can do this. And maybe have a... Oh my god, the lion. I just looked at it. Okay, I don't have to touch that. I have to do this. Okay, good job. Don't look at the line. It doesn't do you any favors. It's kind of hard, though, when the swing back from the coffee machine to the register makes me have to look at the entire line. Okay. But every time somebody doesn't order coffee, that gives me an opportunity to make an extra coffee. Okay. We're good? We're good. Alright. We're getting there. We're making it happen. Ugh, and then you just want a coffee. That's the opposite of what I need. I wonder if I'll ever fill that spare... Dang it. The spare coffee thing while I'm still the one running the cafe. Probably not. I will probably never make it there. Okay. Alright, there we go, there we go. We're getting the rhythm, we're getting the rhythm. And this is the last customer in line at the moment, and then somebody just came. Damn it! I thought I was home free for like half a second. The answer was no. Oh my gosh. Okay. Oh, and I didn't set the coffee machine going again. You know, these little strawberry cake things look really good. Like almost like a shortcake sandwich. That's almost what they look like. They're quick. I know, right? Like, I mean, to be fair, if you've ever been to a busy coffee shop, I mean, it's not unrealistic. Man, I lived in a coffee shop when I was a teenager. One opened up, I don't know, like 5 blocks from my house when I was... Oh gosh, how old was I? Like maybe 13 or 14. And my parents would let me walk there. And I just, anytime I could go out, I would just go hang out there for hours. And I would write bad poetry and play gin rummy. And just, you know, hang out with the regulars that were there, but also like my friends and stuff like that. And yeah, it's where I met my husband actually. But it closed a long time ago, which is fine. I mean, things open and close, especially, you know, if they're not big chains, they can always close at any time, really. But yes, I spent so much time there. In fact, I got sick twice because I would spend all day drinking coffee and forgetting to eat. And why? Why am I not on the counter? Excuse me. Can I not take that? Oh, okay. And I made myself sick twice on coffee to the point where I couldn't, like, even the smell of it was bothersome. And I didn't drink coffee for 20 years. Son worked in a coffee shop when he was in school. Yeah. Especially, like, I really like coffee shops that are a little bit more unique. Of course, I also was a teenager in the 90s, so, like, coffee shops were, like, a thing. And then Starbucks came along, and I still, like, I really don't go to Starbucks that often. I think I've been in a Starbucks, like, maybe half a dozen times in my life. And there's still a part of me that's, like, the teenager part of me that's like, you are in the enemy's shop. because it's corporate, you know? And that feels very anti what the coffee shop vibes were when I was a teen, you know? It's kind of funny how, like, that stuff can still linger in your brain even though you're not that teenager anymore. And Starbucks hasn't been doing the nicest things to their staff for a long time now, so it makes me feel better not going there very often. And there's no judgment if you do go to Starbucks or if you enjoy Starbucks. To be fair, my husband still likes their coffee. Like, we get their espresso because the price point is right. So, I mean, like, even though I don't like going into a Starbucks and I don't necessarily agree with all of Starbucks business practices, like, we still have Starbucks stuff in our house. I actually have been thinking about asking him if he wants to try some, because we keep trying new coffees that we like to see if we like them and if they're worth the price. So I thought about asking him, because I think it's about the same. No, I think the stuff from Costco is a little bit more expensive. Although I haven't priced it in a while. I thought about asking if he wanted to try that again, because I feel like he could go either way. And the reason we picked the Starbucks one was because we could get a better price on it. So maybe. I've been trying to convert more of my stuff over to Costco because we get cash back on it because we have the executive level. So there's motivation. There's motivation for Costco to pay for itself because that's essentially what I look for it to do. It's like, will it cover the price of the executive membership? Never got into Starbucks? Yeah. But I understand the convenience of it. I understand, like, again, we get the ground espresso. You know, like, if there's a price thing, like, it's so tough. But we're trying to convert more of our, like, it's really hard to be a conscious shopper when you have major financial restriction as well. Like, sometimes, like, you know, so try not to let it get you down too much if you have to compromise things because of other reasons. Like, you have the ability to prioritize things for yourself. And yes, sometimes that means shopping in places that because you need to, not because, like, you prefer that. Like, I'd love to buy all local and, you know, all of that all of the time, but man, that is not in my budget, you know, and I still have things I have to get for my family, you know, and I sacrifice stuff too, where it's just like, no, I can't do it. Like, that's something that we don't need, and therefore I can let it go. And there are things I miss. But sometimes, you know, you have to have that balance for what's real, you know? Yep. You like the Dunkin' refreshers? You know, I've never really gotten, I don't know if I've ever tried any Dunkin' stuff. Like, I've had Dunkin' Donuts, but I don't know if I've ever had, like, their coffee or anything. I don't even think we have a Dunkin' near us, now that I'm thinking about it. I don't really go a lot of places, you know? My husband and my kids went out today for the first time in a bit. I mean, we did the movie thing. We pay for a monthly subscription thing to one of our movie theaters in town so that we already have tickets. And so we had built up some tickets, which is why we went to movies. What was that, a couple weeks ago now? And I took my older kid out to a movie, and then my husband took the little one out the next day for a movie. So that was nice. But we just don't really go out a lot. It'd be nice to start expanding that. Even if it's just, you know, free activities. It'd be nice to start getting out more. I think that's one of the things that people don't think about when people are broke for a long time. Like, it feels like you're just separated from society a lot. And it can be difficult to think about going out. I don't think that's true for everybody, but it does feel like you're thinking about everything with a price point, even the stuff that's free, because you still have to think about, like, if you have a gas car, cost gas to go places, or, you know, there's still, like, things that, Or like maybe you work 6 days a week and you're working double shifts all the time, and then the only time you have free, there's a free activity to do, but it's also like your only evening off, or it's your only, you know, your only day off, and you still have laundry to do and shopping for groceries, or, you know, whatever. Like there's still a cost even for free things. And so we've been broke for so long that it's just like, it's hard for my husband in particular, because not only were we broke, part of the reason we were broke was because he was sick. And so he didn't want to go anywhere because he, you know, was sick and, you know, just in physical pain and discomfort most of the time. So there was like a lot of stuff where he was just stuck at home. And it's taking a lot to convince him sometimes to want to go out, because there's the fear of the expense of it, but also just the not, like, you just get out of the habit of being around people, or sticker shock, or all of those elements too. So there's a lot that goes into it. Same, I don't go out very often, order all our food online, have it delivered just so I don't have to worry about my dad. Yeah, like there's a lot of cost involved in going out and being out in the world. That's not just money. You know, there's that stress of your dad, you know, like worrying about, you know, whether or not, we had that with our cat for a while. Like the last cat that we had, who had diabetes, he started having, well, he would go into, what's the one where your sugar goes down? Is that hypoglycemia or hyperglycemia? I think hypo is when it goes down and hyper is when it goes up. But it would, if it got so low for too long, he would have seizures. And so there was a fear of leaving him alone for too long. We also had to worry about food and insulin. Like we had to be here at specific times. So going out in the evening was not something we could do easily, because he had to have food and injections. Hyper? Oh, okay. Yeah, your mom had all that too. Right. So, I mean, like, there's other factors to going out. And then if you compound all of that, you know, you can stock, and you can stock, and we can look at our shelves. I did not gain a store level. Look at how many books they still have to stock. Holy banana pants. Okay. Let's see. Oh, I'm going to grab my tips. But it's nice to have them go out, because I set aside the money my mom gave us for Christmas, so that if we wanted to have kind of some spontaneous, like, days out, that we could do that. So that's, we used some cash for, I let my husband go, well, not let my husband go out, that's not how I phrase that, because that's not what it was. When my husband took the little one out, I was like, here's some cash so you don't feel like you're putting it on the card, because I set it all aside, because I could. This was one of the first years, I feel like the last couple of years we've had some wish list stuff that we use. That's what my mom gives the money for, is so that we can get our own presents, essentially. And the last couple years was like, okay, we can get some wish list stuff. But years before that, it was like, okay, now I can catch up on some bills. And I think that, you know, like, that's been really nice. This was the first year I just took the money and put it in a drawer, so that we could just use it when we wanted to. So that's what I gave him today, because, oh, a spoiler alert. I know. I love it. She was type 1 and never controlled. Oh, that's tough. Yeah, I don't know if my father-in-law is, I think he's type 2, but he doesn't do, he manages his diabetes so poorly, it's so frustrating. But that was one of the reasons we never moved away from the city, is because my husband didn't want to be too far from his parents. My husband is older than I am, and then they were older than my parents were when they had him, so they are closer to my grandparents' age than they are to my parents' age. And so he didn't want to leave the city, because he wanted to make sure that he was around to have a relationship, but also, you know, the fact that they were older too. But, what was I going to say? Oh yeah, just having that money set aside so that we could do, like, Oh, that's what I was going to say. I know we talked recently, Bama, about how I was like evaluating a car, like replacing our second car. So we did that because my husband, we did all the math in addition to all the research, and found a deal that was really good for us. And so we did that. And my husband is like, we did the math of how much more he has to drive for Uber, because that's what he does. And we were like, this math all works out. This should all be doable. So theoretically, we got a second car. I still have to get rid of the other old car. But he was like, I kind of want to drive the new car around. And so I was like, well, here, why don't you take some money and take the kids out to, because they were supposed to go over to his dad's house today, and his dad's just not feeling up for it. So I was like, here, why don't you take some money and take the kids over to the arcade that my older one got to go to for his birthday back in November. And it's in a mall. So I was like, there's a food court. You know, you guys could grab some lunch there. The arcade is done by wristbands, so you guys can leave and go back. And, you know, just kind of have a nice day out. So he was like, yeah, we'll do that. And I was like, sweet, because, again, it goes back to sometimes he doesn't feel like going out because there's a lot of, like, I don't know if I would consider it trauma necessarily, but just having to be so careful for so long, and also having like medical stuff involved and family stuff involved and pet stuff involved. Like there's a lot of stuff that you hold on to, you don't realize you're holding on to until you're like out. And then, you know, it's weird. It's a weird thing psychologically. So, yeah. Yeah, it's really interesting. Part of it, and I don't know if you've been in one of my streams recently, part of it was because his mom recently passed away, and she did leave us a little bit of money. And so my husband was originally wanting to just get a car and just pay for it, which, you know, would be great. But we're still doing some kind of credit type stuff, and we're still doing some other things where we're trying to kind of I almost view it like leapfrog, like we're kind of hopping over some obstacles that we have been dealing with for a long time. And so we decided to go ahead and do it as a loan, which there's lots of people who would tell you never do that with a car. But the things that they warn about are like, but that's not what we're doing. Like a lot of times, you know, I think the advice comes from like you're looking at an investment, and we're not car owners like that. Like we will drive this car to death. Like I expect to get almost little money out of it in the end. And part of that's just because we've been used to driving kind of, you know, kind of old beater cars anyway. The car we replaced the last time is a 2004, and we replaced it with a 2018. That was 2 years ago. And that's the newest car I've ever owned. Well, actually, that's probably not true. The first car I had might have only been 5 years old when I got it. Because it was I bought it off of my parents. And they, you know, one of those, you buy it for very cheap off of your parents kind of cars. Like my payments were $100 a month. Can you imagine a $100 car payment now? Anyway, and I think they only charged me like $1,000 or something for it. So anyway, that's a whole other can of worms. But I feel like I bought that off of them with like one of my first jobs when I was like 17 maybe, and I believe it was a 92. Anyway, that's a tangent. Okay. But we decided to go ahead and do a car payment so that we could continue to play the credit game, and continue to kind of leapfrog our way. So instead of getting a car that was closer to the car that we just got, we decided to get a little bit newer of a car, a little bit nicer of a car, partially because they've depreciated so much that they were well within our price range of what we were already looking at in a smaller, older car. And I was like, for like another couple $1,000s, we could have this like much better car. I don't know if it's better, but like it suits our needs in a way that we were going to sacrifice. And because the loan amount was not going to be that different from the cars we were already looking at, when we did the math, it was like, okay, this makes sense, and we researched it to death because that's what I do. But yeah, the commitment is that he's going to make sure that the bill gets paid, whether or not he drives enough to make the money or he pulls money from the money that his mom left us. You know, he is committed to paying for it. And I also have a game plan to like pay principal early, you know, things like that, which is always good on loans. If you can pay, even if it's like $5 a month in, you know, extra on principal, do it. Especially like especially when you talk about longer loans, like if you're doing a house loan, you know, if you can do it right from the beginning. And the rule of thumb that I used back when we first started paying a little bit of extra principal on our mortgage was to roll it up to the next 10 or the next 100 or the next 50 or whatever. Spice is not here. Spice is there. Okay. Did I over-order books? I must have over-ordered books. Oops. Your car right now I got in 2020 and it was brand new. Wow. And this is the longest I've ever had a car and it's paid off. Nice. That's great. Yeah, I expect to pay our loan off early. Because like I said, I'm building in the ability to pay some extra principal on it. But yeah, ours is a 2023, and I'm just like, this is crazy. This is crazy. Who even am I? I kind of expect to never get a new car, but just because the market has gotten so crazy, I kind of feel like it's never gonna really chill out and be back to normal, which is like the pre-pandemic stuff. I feel like once businesses are kind of allowed to add a bunch of stuff into their margins, that they don't tend to chill out after that. Like if they find that people will pay prices, unless there's a huge crash, which is always possible, like there's always possibility for that in an economy. But like once business starts to realize that people will pay for certain things, and they can have the margin, they will keep it up. You know, they're never going to be like, oh, we want to reduce the prices. They're not gonna, at least not crazy so, unless they're forced to, which is, you know, goes back to that crash idea. Like if something crashes, then they might have no choice. But or they can close their doors if they refuse to lower their prices, and then people stop buying their stuff. Yeah, pandemic wrecked the car industry. Exactly. Well, and then manufacturers and dealers didn't help themselves, you know. I think they realized they could jack up prices and put a lot of bells and whistles on. I'm not saying it's not more complicated than that. It surely is. I have done so much digging into car stuff over the last few years because of wanting to replace both of our cars. The other ones that we're getting ready to get rid of is a 2003. Like, again, they found out that they could do a lot of stuff, whether or not they were made to do a lot of stuff through regulation or whether or not they chose to do those things. You know, the combination of all of it meant that they could jack up all the prices, and it's like they didn't realize that those prices couldn't be like that for forever, or the margins couldn't be like that for forever. And so I think that's part of the reason where we are is because, you know, it's gone on a little too long. And it's just, so that's part of the reason. It's like we jumped on a car that had depreciated as much as it had, because again, we will drive that car to death. I'm not looking, because people are like, don't buy it, it's depreciating super fast. And I'm like, that's fine with me. Apart from, you know, the concern of getting into a wreck or insurance things, you know, like that's always a thing. But, you know, as long as everything goes okay, knock on wood, all the wood in the world I will knock on. Did I not buy, I thought I bought these. Did I not buy these? Blue is what it fills in with. So it starts out as black. But that means very early tomorrow I will be level 3. Okay, good. I thought I ordered pastries, but I guess I didn't. Did I have stuff missing from the case, maybe? Maybe that's what it was. But yes, I mean, those are factors you have to weigh anyway. The cost of insurance, the cost of what happens if you have an accident, like those things. That's, you know, the real problem with like depreciating from my perspective. But I don't play the leasing game. I don't plan on having car payments until the end of time. Like, I don't do any of that stuff. So we definitely were able to make the choice for us. Might not be the choice everybody wants to make or everybody thinks is the smart one to make. But, you know, I never think that there's one size fits all. For sure. So, and my husband's in love with this car. Like, we went and got it inspected and made sure everything was on the up and up. But before we got it inspected, my husband's like, unless they find something crazy wrong with it, we're going to keep the car. So they did not find anything crazy wrong with it. Spoiler alert. What the hell? Why am I so off when I order these things? Whatever. Maybe I double clicked when I didn't mean to. Okay. Well, where are we at time-wise? Oh, crap. No wonder I have to pee. Okay, so let's take a break. I'm going to go ahead and go into settings and go to audio and turn that down so we can turn on music for our break. But don't forget to like, subscribe, follow, depending on what platform you're on, if you are enjoying your time here. And if you stick around during my break, thank you so much. But if not, have a lovely day, night time. I will be back in a few minutes. All right. I literally just finished my breakfast bar. I was like, quick, cram it in your face. All right. We are back. Okay. I need my screens to be correct. Mostly correct. Okay, there we go. All right. Well. And I got a fresh. I got a fresh beverage. No. So I'm inevitably going to run out of that one. Okay. Oh, because I had paused. I was like, where are all of my employees? I was freaking out there for a minute. Now, why? The doors are misbehaving. And I can't make it. Okay, fine. Whatever. We'll just leave them open like that. It's fine. Okay. So not very much time. Oh. As if I summon them. And, not very much time before I can hire somebody. So. Wait, look how steamy this coffee is. It's not been sitting out all night. It's fine. Uh-oh. But now I have breakfast bars stuck on my teeth. The only problem with cramming it into my face. Okay. You. Oh. Oh, multitasker. Check out 100 cafe customers in 2 days. The 100th customer was at the beginning of day 3 of having the cafe in here. Okay, well, at least I know I'm not crazy, because that was almost 50 customers a day. That's a lot. For one person to manage? Well, I guess it's for the entire day. So what is that? 12 hours? What the? I really screwed up my ordering. I don't even know how that happened, but some days are just like that. Oh, sorry. I'm looking at my stuff. I guess if they don't reset your extras every night, then you very easily could fill up this thing. Can I fill it up before the person starts? Maybe. Put the lid on. Ooh. Okay. And then I still need 2 more levels after I hire somebody before I get the baguettes. Where are we at? Oh. Okay. Don't watch it like a hawk. That's not going to help you at all. Is that the equivalent of a simulator game watching water boil? Watching a meter try and fill in? Does that mean if I went back to Japan that I could put a cafe in and immediately staff it? Because I should be over level 5 in Japan. I would assume that the levels would be about the same. If not exactly the same, you know? I'm just glad these guys are able to keep up with the level of customers buying books. It's very nice. Okay. Hope the boys are having a good time. Yeah. Well, and that's the other thing about not getting to go out very often. Usually we go out as a group because that's, you know, we want to make sure everybody gets to have a nice time. And so, like, together as a family. But it's nice to be able to start dividing up outings a little bit more. It also takes the pressure off of making sure that everybody at least has something that they enjoy to do, because sometimes that's not very easy to do with... Ooh, caffeine must flow. Sell 100 drinks. Nice. Sometimes it's tricky, like trying to find a movie that we all will enjoy at least enough usually is very difficult, because like the movies my husband wants to see the most are not always the most appropriate for the 8-year-olds, you know? So it'll be nice to start hopefully broadening that variety of outings. Especially now that the older one is getting into more, like, we're going to start getting to watch some more movies that are on the, most people should watch, probably watch this movie. Like, I think we might do, like, Shawshank Redemption this year. He might get to see, like, Fight Club this year, you know, things like that, where it's just, like, either before it was either too much, or it was, you know, too, like, adult conversation, like, not necessarily adult as in graphic, but just, I can listen to more dialogue for longer periods of time than my 8-year-old can, because he wants, you know, he needs a little bit more stimulation, although right now he's really, really, really into Harry Potter. Like, really. Yeah. And we, you know, generally speaking, we've stuck to more family fare when we go out because of the younger kid. So, like, I remember the first time we tried to show, I think it was the older one, Star Wars, and he was like, I'm bored. There's too much talking. Like, okay. I don't remember how old he was, but it's nice for him to start getting to watch movies with a little bit more grown-up themes, you know, because he is. I mean, he's 15, so, like, there's some things that he could watch now that is interesting to see how he'll take it, you know. Star Wars, right? Neither one of my kids are really into Star Wars, which is so funny considering, you know, I wasn't born yet for the first movie, but I definitely grew up with Star Wars being a big deal in the house, you know? And I don't remember being bored with it, you know? But I don't know. But everybody is different, you know? It's just kind of funny. It's like when my kids didn't play well, the little one has kind of been into the idea of video games for longer than his brother was at the same age. But my older kid took ages to like video games, and both my husband and I are gamers, so it was like, how did we burr the non-gamer? Like, I don't understand. I remember my cousins complaining about having to get their kids off of gaming devices, and I'm like, I just want my kid to play, like, anything with me. Oh my god, I was in the station wagon with my best friend at the drive-in for Star Wars. Fell in love immediately. Yeah, and especially of the time, like, it was such a big deal. But if you think about, like, what kids can have access to now, a lot of that stuff, I mean, I have similar movies where it's like, I almost wish I'd seen it when I was younger, because watching it now and the evolution of movie making, storytelling, effects, it's not like it's all gotten mounds better or anything, but like, just there is a difference. Like, I have zero desire, and I know you're not into horror movies, Misty, at least I don't think so, because I don't think you like scary stuff, but I don't have any desire. I probably will, just because I feel like I should watch any of the Friday the 13th movies. I've seen the first one, and I saw Freddy versus Jason, and I remember liking Freddy vs. Jason because it was kind of funny, and I grew up watching Freddy Krueger as like the kind of the main three are like Michael Myers, Jason Voorhees, and Freddy Krueger. And I grew up on Freddy Krueger. So I have now watched the first Halloween movie and the first Friday the 13th movie because I wanted to watch them with my kid so he could kind of have a basis for like the origins of slasher horror kind of things that took off in the 70s and 80s. And Friday the 13th, the first one, annoys me so bad that I have no desire to see any of the other ones. Like I said, I probably will, but the victims in that movie are so monumentally frustrating because they just kind of let themselves get killed. Not all of them. Some of them get surprised by being killed, but like, you know, there are a few that it's like, how are you not fighting back? That is so obnoxious. Like, you have no survival instinct at all. And I just remember getting so annoyed. And like my older son and I were watching it, and it's just like, I don't know how we feel about this movie. Yeah, no horror for you. Yeah. But like, I have that with video games. I think a few weeks ago I was talking to someone about how I tried to play I think it was Silent Hill 2, because I had never played it when it was in its heyday. And because gaming mechanics have improved and technologies have improved so much, I couldn't play it. Like, it was so frustrating to me that it took me completely out of the game. And it's such a shame. And actually, I would really like to play the is it a remake or a remaster? Whichever one it is. Because I would like to think that they have improved the mechanics. It's not even about the graphics. It's about how the game actually feels to play, like moving the character around and interacting with objects and things like that. And hold on. Level 3. I didn't see it pop up, but I was yapping. So I'm going to go ahead and hire you. She just says cashier. So I don't know if that means she will make coffee or not. Can I not pick this because she's coming? I think I can't pick it because she's coming. Okay. So I will leave it be. Because theoretically she should be here at any moment. But yeah, it's such a shame because I love horror a lot. And so not being able to play one of the most influential and iconic horror games was so disappointing. Because I can see the bottom. I'll surely starve. Refill a pet food bowl 25 times. And well hydrated, so also filling the water bowl. Nice. Okay, so 8. So those must be full. Excuse me. There we go. All right. You're going to be very slow for a while because you're new. But that's okay. So I don't think hiring a second one of these. I can pick her up. Oh, no. I was like, wait a second. How do I pick you up? I actually should leave her alone and see what she does about the coffee thing. Because I feel like she's just going to have the capacity to fill orders at the moment and not actually put any in here. She's not going to have the capacity to do anything besides do the register. So let me go ahead and make these while this is going on. 1, 2, 3, 4 people. 2. And honestly, Silent Hill is not the only game I've tried to go back and play. I've tried to play some other games where it's just like the game mechanics have just gotten so much better over time that it's really difficult to go back and play some older games now. Not to say you couldn't learn and adapt, because that's, you know, what we could do, but also, like, how much patience do I have for it, and how much time can I actually give it? Maybe not enough. Stalker. Light for a week. Oh, wait. Freddy didn't really bother me too much. Didn't see it till you were older. The rest, nah. Here's how my mind works. After The Sixth Sense, which isn't really a horror movie, couldn't sleep without the light for a week. Oh, no. There's some pretty horrifying things in Sixth Sense. And especially, did you see it? Let's see. Did you see it when it came out too? Like, did you not know what the twist is? Because I feel like the twist has gotten so spoiled for so long that a lot of people already know what the Sixth Sense is about before they see it now. But, like, I think particularly the scene with the little girl, and honestly, the concept of what happened to her is so horrifying. Like, I find stuff like that harder to deal with, especially now that I'm a parent too, just the thought of it. But like realistic things that could actually happen in real life are so much more horrifying because you know there are terrible people in the world and terrible things happen. And terrible things happen to innocent people, you know? But I would say Sixth Sense is still solidly in the horror realm. It's not as, and it depends on what you're scared of too. Not everybody's scared of the same things, you know? All right. Didn't know the twist? Didn't get it until the end when his ring came off? Yeah. One of the best twists. And especially if you don't know. Especially if you don't know. I mean, it's still done well enough that even if you do know, it's still worth the watch. It's why I don't have a problem if I figure out a movie. Like, just because I figure it out doesn't mean the story isn't still worth getting, like, going through. That's still fine. Because I know sometimes people get judgy if they can figure out a twist before they get there, and it's like, it's okay. But that's personal preference, you know? To each their own and all that. Oh, auto-saving. Well, that's a bummer about Laughter House 5. I'm not going to order anything. I'm going to let it all go. Oh, crap. There are still people... I forgot there were still people shopping. 287 bucks on books, and then this one buys one. She almost looks sad, like she's been waiting for a while. I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were still in the store. I was just like, everybody go stock the shelves now. Exactly. I've done that before where you figure it out, but if it's still good, still enjoy it. Right. I mean, you know, if the story or movie or whatever is not good, then you figuring it out, it's not going to change the quality of it. But if it's still a good journey, you know, you still enjoy it. I give a lot of grace for stuff like that, though, because I don't make movies, and I don't write songs, and I don't paint paintings, and I don't do that kind of stuff. So I'm just like, you know what? I give you grace. Not everything's going to be awesome, and not everything is for everybody either. Okay, so she's not filling this. So I have to do that if I want it done. That's interesting. I'm just going to put like 1 in there. Can I assign you? Employee details. Cashier or wait. Okay, so no pre-making coffee. Interesting. How much are you guys still stocking? We would like to end this day so we can do another day. It's not what I want. I want... Did I pay everybody? I did not. Okay. It's expansive. You are expansive here. Okay. Do I have new things to... Oh, that's right. I thought about doing some of this stuff. Ooh, sweetie pies. These are the new ones. The candy hearts. Cute. I wish I could just buy all of these. I just made 1 level. So... I think I'm going to hold off on getting comic books. I'm going to go ahead and hold off on getting Harry fodder. Alright, I could use something near the end, but also there's this one here. The famous battles of World War. So something in the front half I could do. Nope, don't change that. 2084. Game of Power. This is a Blizzard of Blades. This is Game of Thrones. Bellbringer is not part of that. So they just have... How many books are already out for Game of Thrones? I have not read it yet, and I don't know how many books there are. I just know he's been taking forever on the last book. The Art of Peace. Do I want to go push things back from the front? I kind of feel like I don't want to do that. So we could go close to F. 4th Squadron. Romance, romance, fantasy, horror, reference. Fantasy. Mystery. I feel like I don't have very many, if any, mystery. So let's go ahead and do that one. Guardians and Devils. I think it's 4 or 5. Doubt he'll ever finish the series. He's already doing prequels and stuff. Very annoyed. Yeah, I hear a lot of people are annoyed with the time he is taking. Well, and I've also heard people mention that, like, much like everybody, time waits for no one. Like, time just keeps passing. So, like, makes you wonder if he actually will get to finish it, especially if he's focusing on other stuff. I also could see, like, from the creator standpoint, like, the intimidation factor, the fact that there was already a show done for the series, like, I could feel like all of that adding up to being, like, not ideal to finishing it, you know? So, right. The TV deviated so greatly that he just gave up. It's possible. And it's possible. I mean, like, it would be amazing if he could, like, put out something that crushed the ending that they went with. Because I am not on the extreme hate machine for the end of the TV series, but I'm also, like, I feel like the biggest problem for me was how little time they gave to wrapping things up. Because I feel like if they could have taken more time, it could have been at least a little bit easier to swallow some of the things that they decided to do too quickly. And I'm not saying, like, I agree with the choices they made, but I feel like they definitely did not give enough time to get to those conclusions. And that really, really hurt after how good the beginning was, you know? Enjoyed it even though it was so graphic. Yeah, it was a pretty graphic show. For sure, for sure. But to be fair, if you're thinking, I mean, it's not set in our world, our history, but if you're thinking about, like, equivalents, like, things were pretty gross and graphic. It's in history, you know? So, I mean, I feel like it was still, I don't think it was, like, gratuitous. That kind of stuff doesn't bother me, so sometimes I don't think things are gratuitous that other people think are gratuitous. I feel like I'm enunciating that word a lot. But I could see people thinking that. I definitely did not do this correctly. This needs to be after a girl with the Hydra tattoo. Why did I think it needed to go further back? I think because I looked at more than one title and I forgot the one that I picked. I think that's what happened to me. So yeah, I actually went the complete wrong direction. Neat. Okay, so I need to sell through that one. No, this one, because that's the spot it's taking. Okay, good. Good, good, good. At least I didn't move, like, all of them. Mm-hmm. But yeah, it's kind of like some things that are horror that don't bother me. Sometimes it's hard for me to register, like, how much it might bother someone else. And I tried, you know, to give, like, disclaimers and stuff like that. Like, there are some things that I really, really enjoy that I know are not for everybody. Should I go ahead and order more boxes of that? Maybe. Maybe I'll go ahead and... Oh, I could do it from here. But... And to each their own, you know? There are things that I don't enjoy. And I'm not going to stop anybody else from enjoying them, because otherwise we'd have less variety in the world, and that's no good. So let's not do that. All right. Who needs to be a cashier tomorrow? 15, 13. 16, 12, you can be a cashier. Ah, 16, 12, you can be. Oh, you're going to be a cashier. That's who I talked to already. And can I hire another person? 15, 13 as well. 16, 12. I think you. Yep. Wow, they were like 3 of them were 15 and 13. That's interesting. Can I hire anybody else? Yup. So let's go ahead and hire someone else to be a stalker. I feel like the register's been pretty well managed today. Go ahead and hire you. And then I think we can just go ahead and do this. Hey, I actually made money today. Huzzah! I wonder how late the boys are going to stay out. It's kind of a open-ended... Oh, I didn't mean to open that fast, but that's fine. Yeah, it's nice to have the the end result of the day be green instead of red. Oh yeah, they said they added a coffee sound. I was like, wait, have I actually registered that? I don't know if it's I don't know if my volume is too low to hear the coffee sound, but they added a coffee sound. Okay. Do they start out as just wait, or do they automatically start as a stalker? I feel like they start out as a wait. Yep. Stalker. There you go. Okay, so what do I want to do? I might want to try and get candy or board games or something like that going on, which makes me think I should probably... I might be able to fit... Okay, maybe not. I thought I might be able to fit another shelf here, but I forgot I moved the cat pan in here. So I might need to expand the storage room first. So how much is that? Too much. I could end up putting 3 additional shelves if I do this one, 4 if I do this one. No. Yes. Okay. Let's go ahead and do that one then. And then where would I want to put candy? Or board games? How many board games are there? There's 4. I think I was starting to try and do at least 2 shelves worth to manage like the number offset, because it's not like one shelf is 1 box of board games. So I mean, I am going to put shelving in. Do I want to put the candy over here? And maybe board games over here? I kind of feel like board games also kind of go with the idea of coffee shop. All right, I'm going to tuck you in the corner for today, buddy. Just because I might want to do board games here. Do I want to go ahead and do 4 shelves of board games? That's a lot of board games. But it might be helpful for stocking purposes. These are 500 a piece. Let's just do that. Go ahead and do that. And then maybe we can also do candy. I wonder how much it limits their ability to stand there, or if it will make the line curve so it doesn't hit the shelving. Lord. Sell 100 pastries. Wow. They love those pastries. Where are we at with this? Level 3. I don't know if we'll get to level 5 and get the baguette open today, but that's okay. Is that someone kneeling? I think that's what that was. Okay. So we'll go ahead and Ooh. Look at the ugly wall and floor. Fix that. I haven't even started doing used books here yet. Man, I would love it if I could get all of the books on one side, you know? I don't know if I'm going to be able to do that, though. Can I cram this here? Can I cram it here? Alright, it's fine if it doesn't. If it doesn't, it's fine if it doesn't. We're okay. So let's go ahead and move this here. I do love being able to pick up everything, including the contents of the shelf. What game was I playing where you couldn't do that? Oh, that's, again, Schedule 1. Couldn't actually pick up... You had to clear the shelf before you could pick up the shelf to move it. Which, I don't mind, but it is nice to not have to do that, you know? Okay, so now I need... Let's see. Do I want to have a combination shelf where it's going to be games and something else? How many candies do I have now? It's in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Ah! Ah! You know, I don't mind. I don't mind because it makes you have to, like, strategize in different ways. But I do like games where it's like I don't want to have to do that, not having to do that, you know? It's one of the reasons I also like being able to, like, toggle things on or off or, like, change settings or something to where if I don't want to play a game a certain way, I don't have to. Like, I'm not locked in. But I feel like it's all got its space, you know? Honestly, I find 7 candy bars more annoying than I find... or 7 candy varieties more annoying than I find having to clear a shelf. The math. Ah! Okay, well, let's not look at candy yet then. How many bookmarks do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Also 7. That one is also frustrating. But I think the table actually has 14 slots, if I'm not mistaken. Where is that? Because I feel like I was able to, like, double them. Does it actually show me? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, there's 14 here. So I could have 2 slots per bookmark, but the candy doesn't math that way. I feel like they have to add more candy at either Easter or Halloween, because those are, like, some other big candy holidays. Okay. So if I have 7 bookmarks and 7 candies, that's a total of 14. And then I have 4 games. So that's a total of 18. Crap. None of that maths into 4s or 8s. Well, then let's just do the big ones. Because it's all going to be bad no matter what I do. So, you know, for people who do not have trouble with that, I'm so jealous. Because it's so irritating for me. All right. Good God. Would you... What are you doing? Oh, crap, she ran out of coffees. This is the problem with obsessing over numbers, is that then you forget to help your cafe person. Okay, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm here. I'm here. You know what I should do? I know what I should do. Okay. Ah, no. Ah, no. Yeah. I mean, it's, again, like, it's helpful to, like, make my brain have to work. you know, like sometimes I don't want that. Sometimes I just want to turn off. But sometimes it is kind of nice to exercise that puzzle muscle. Like, how do I make this make sense to me and not drive me crazy? Inquiring minds want to know. But for now, we'll just cope with it being weird. And because also we have to fill coffees. Okay, she's able to go so much faster when I fill coffees for her. So let's... I was going to buy probably a second coffee machine. Because that way I can do this faster. I'm glad she will still fill coffees on her own, even if she will not fill up the extras. Because otherwise that would put her in a position of never... Like, or not never, but like frequently getting stuck with a line that she can't get rid of. So I'm glad she can at least get rid of it by making coffees. It just means she's incredibly slow with that. All right. It is 6 o'clock. Is one full thing enough to get through a dozen coffees? Well, 13. Is it a baker's dozen? Baker's dozen of coffee? Sounds kind of weird to say. It's baking baker with coffee. Anyway. All right. Ah! No! I think it's weird how, like, when they're standing still, you're able to walk right through them, but, like, if they're also moving... Oh! But now, they're not always corporeal. That's weird. Why is it sometimes? Because I just got run into by somebody on the street. Look! Using my table. Okay. And then went back inside with the croissant in his hand. Interesting. Not really the behavior I'd expect, you know? Okay. Games. Oh, I haven't even done manga yet. Oh, lordy be. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4. That should be enough to at least... You gotta actually buy it. Ooh! Unlock and buy a board game. Yeah, it's so funny when you do things that you have done previously, but they haven't activated the achievements. And then you're like, this is not the first time I've done this. Oligopoly. I have checkers and Oligopoly. I don't remember all the games. So we'll do this, and then we'll look at the menu. Because, yes, they have to be in alphabetical order. Battle Boats, Checkmate, Oligopoly, Sugarland. Okay, so this is the third one. And then we will put it here, I guess. It's fine. Finally getting a good soaking rain. Nice. Oh, Lord. Okay. We got rain yesterday, which was good. Especially since I didn't actually do the stuff I was supposed to do. But I need to do some stuff outside. So I was like, no, don't rain all weekend that I'm off. But it's good to get some rain. Especially if it's not cold enough to where it'll, like, freeze overnight, you know? Because that's the only problem I have with rain this time of year, is that when it's nice enough during the day for it just to be rain, but then it's like below freezing overnight and then everything gets icy in the morning, it's like... But we definitely need it. Checkmate. Oh, you know what? I didn't price change those. Or have I priced these before? I have priced these before. Huzzah. Battle boats. I've been seeing push me around. I've been seeing ads for battle bots again. So I don't know if they're... We've kind of gotten away from watching it, but we watched it for a while. We watched it when it first came out. Was that late 90s or was that early 2000s? They televised BattleBots. But we have watched it with the kids and gotten into a few seasons. But it's, you know, it's kind of like we like it for a while and then we burn out on it. It's fun though. Especially since there are a lot more robot like clubs and stuff in schools these days. Oh my gosh, look how I sold all of the kids' books today. That's crazy. Ooh, this is actually selling down though. That's nice. Nope. Do I still have boxes in the back? That is the question. Stock. Stock. Closed. Fantastic. You could be making coffee right now. It's a slacker. Okay, so I've got games. And I want to do candy. I've got 7 varieties of candy. Trying to think of how I want to line them up. Because there's 8 shelves. No, there's 8 sections. And is it 1 section for 1 box of candy? Or is it 2 sections for 1 box of candy? It doesn't matter because I'm going to have... I'm going to have... Brain, get there. I'm going to have storage. It's always more difficult when there's no storage options for it, but if I'm going to have storage, then theoretically... It doesn't have to be, like, the only problem is that it's not going to be even. There's either going to be, I've done things where I've done, like, a shelf or a rack for each candy type. I've done it where I've done, like, 2 shelves for each candy. I've done it where I've done, like, 1 section for a candy, but none of it's going to math. What is 7 times, well, no, let's not do that. 16, 24... 32. Yeah, none of that's going to be right. To make it even. So let's just do 2. Because that'll give me 16 slots. And then I can do 2 slots of each and then have like 1 where it's 4 or 2 where it's 3. Oh, it's all... We'll just live in chaos. It's fine. Until it really bugs me. All right, where's the candy gotta live? Is it gonna live near the register? How much space do I have over here? Not a lot. So... How wide is this? Can I... You know what? I can get rid of this thing that drives me nuts anyway. Let's do that. This is not where things live. F. There we go. Good job. Nope. Does that line up right with the back? Close enough anyway. Sticks out it looks a little weird, but I kind of feel like candy by the register is not a bad idea. So now I have to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Leaves me with 2 open slots. If I go across, I could do something interesting, maybe. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is that 2 slots each? Am I doing that right? Wait. Yes, 2 slots each with 1 needing 3. Or 2 needing 3 or 1 needing 4. Candy by the register. Yeah. Maybe I'll do 1 needing 4 and go across. I don't like that. Let's not do that because that's going to just... Don't do it. Oh, Lord. Okay. Live in chaos. Live in chaos. Accept your fate. Accept your fate. Okay. I'm fine. It's fine. Chuckles is first. No. Chit Chat is first. Candy Hearts is first. Candy Hearts is the new first. Candy Hearts. And I'm just going to do this because it's just after Valentine's Day. It's fine. So I need 7 shelves for this. So we're going to do 4 and 7. And I'm going to do the chaos thing. Chit Chat is next, then Chuckles. This is Galaxy. Galaxy comes after Dorks. Is that right? So this is Chit Chat. This is Chuckles. This is... There's another thing. Is it Finish Fish? Ah, it is Finish Fish. So Geese is after Galaxy. So Galaxy is second to the last alphabetically. So that's number 6, which goes here. Okay. You know, there is something to be said for finally committing to a plan. Like, even if it's not a perfect plan, there's still something like, okay, we made some kind of decision. At least we can do things now. We're not, like, paralyzed. That's this one. Okay. All right, what's next? Chit Chat. Chit Chat is second. I do like a lot of the names they choose. Even, like, the stuff I don't know, like, you can still tell it's a play on whatever. But I do like the plays on names in this game. Finished Fish. That's Galaxy. This goes here. That's number 5. So that's there. What's this? Dorks. I'm glad they went with nerds and not dorks. In real life. That's 4th. Correct? And that leaves the last one is Geese. Yeah. Geeses. I've known too many people in my life not to think of it as Geesees because people call it Reese's. I think it comes from people talking about like Reese's Pieces, trying to make it rhyme. Okay, so now we can order more candy. And I feel like 8 boxes fit. We can order games and candy, and then we can maybe look at bookmarks. I'm going to end up with so many extra shelves this way, though. That's fine. That's fine. Okay. Oh, there's manga still. Do I want to make time for manga? Do I want to make space for manga? Manga could go over here. At least the manga is like even. I think there's 8 titles and there's 8 shelves on a shelf or on a display. So that's really easy to just either make it one shelf or expand it to multiple shelves because the math is so simple. Oh, it's so satisfying when it's that simple. It's like, yes. All right. Where do I want to put bookmarks? I also need to reprice candy. Well, not reprice, but price the candy. Did I raise everything $1? I think I did that. Oh, no, I did not. So this costs $2 at market price. Is there anything else that did cost? This cost that. So we're going to go ahead and raise these to 3. Nope. This button. Good job. But that's the only candy I needed to price. Okay, good, good, good. Now, I should go ahead and order stuff so people are not just standing around. And actually, before I do that, I kind of want to make sure that the manga is close to the books. I guess I didn't need to move that one. It's empty. In my mind, it was already occupied by bookmarks. Give me this. I don't know if there's good quality control with their delivery system in this game. I feel like it's a recipe for bent edges and crushed things. Okay, so while I think only 2 boxes fit on a shelf of this. Probably need more than that. 8 boxes fit here, but I don't know if I necessarily want to start off with 8 of each. Oh. Okay, and then we can also do... No, because I don't want famous. This one. I need this one to sell through. Okay. So we can skip it. If I remember to skip it. Okay. Nope. Remember. No. Okay, good. So have you both tried Star Sand? I feel like I saw both of you. I can't remember if Bama. Am I misremembering that, Bama? Have you tried Star Sand yet? I know it's going around. But how are you liking it? Because I'm assuming you've had a little bit of time now to... Because sometimes it's new and novel. And it's like, ooh, this is fun. And then, like, you get a couple play sessions in and you're like, well... The graphics are really nice. Yeah, they are. Playing it, but not much right now. That's because you're in Infinity Nikki Land. But I thought I'd seen you at least boot it up. Because I didn't realize it was on Game Pass. So theoretically, I could play it. I really shouldn't be asking. I've got a list. Oh my god. Don't look at it. You're busy doing other stuff. I forgot being out there was going to do that. Deaf keeps you busy. Building is a work in progress. But the ability to paint and design has a lot of potential. Yeah, some of those houses you were showing off and like what you could get, I think they're prefabs, right? Where you can actually just do a prefab house if you want. They look pretty cool. And for someone like me, it would definitely bridge the gap of getting over myself for decorating, you know? Okay, how many manga shelves do I want? 2, 3, 4, maybe? 4 would be a nice round number to do. Yeah. Let's see how that looks. These boxes should be bigger, so hopefully I can dig them out of this pile. Well, they should be on the top of the pile. It's so violent. I just feel like somebody would get concussion through this delivery system. Alright. So we'll do this. I'm going to take it slow. You can get easily overwhelmed. Oh, you bought the middle one, but had to take apart the starter home to put it down, as the starter house would have literally been inside it. That's funny. Yeah, I haven't really played... I mean, I've played games with, like, similar mechanics, but definitely not the anime style. I'm trying to think if I've ever played... I mean, I've played, like, Final Fantasy, but that was back on Super Nintendo and Nintendo, and they definitely did not look like modern-day anime characters, you know? You know, we're talking, like, pixels. It looked like pixels! Okay, so now I need to figure out... I feel like I've had manga in another store, so I don't think I have to price anything. I don't know if I like this setup. There's 8 titles, so I could theoretically do 8 shelves. That might be a little bit better for my brain. Let's see. How close are they if I do this? I have bookmarks still to do, too. Where do I want the bookmarks? Because I could put the bookmarks here. But I almost kind of feel... Let's go ahead and grab a couple of the bookmark tables. Do I want a couple? Or do I just want one? Confirm. Let's just grab one for now. Ooh, I'm down to 8,000. I gotta start being careful, maybe. I'm trying to do too much in one day. It's because I made money yesterday. I had a green... I'm not gonna have a green bottom line today. For sure. Okay. Do I want just the one? I feel like bookmarks would take damage being behind a coffee maker. Like, aren't these vents? Wouldn't they get all warped and weird looking? Ideally, I'd stick it between the counters. But I feel like that's too scrunched over here. So maybe I'll just leave it here for now. Maybe while people are waiting for their coffee or looking at the coffee, they could peruse the bookmarks. Okay. The voice acting is sporadic. Sometimes the music overwhelms the voice. Okay. It's an early access, though, right? I feel like that's what you were saying. Which, honestly, anymore, I feel like most of the games we get into is early access. I mean, this one's early access, for goodness sake. I'm playing one right now. Yeah, it'll be interesting. I mean, I feel like the trend has been dev teams definitely listening to their fan bases through early access. So it'd be nice if that persists, you know? Because I feel like a lot of people are kind of tired of the big companies just not addressing issues that their customer base is concerned about. I feel like a little bit too much business has entered the industry when it gets that big. Not to say it's all bad, but sometimes I feel like as a gamer, like feeling like how I feel about certain things does not matter to the bigger developers. Now, they do put a lot of money into the development and tend to have good mechanics and like they have a basis for a lot of that stuff, but sometimes I think they just phone it in because they're like, well, people are going to buy it anyway, you know? So it is nice to have like more indie developers. Oh, they dealt with that pile pretty quick. Manga is next. Okay. It's nice having the trend be with the indie developers, like they're paying attention. Oh, I thought about doing used books too. So if I do this, I could theoretically do a used book section here in the back. I don't really care for how it's lined up. I also think of light as the enemy because I work in a library, so I'm always like putting books by the windows or where I think there might be light on them all day feels bad. Because unless you're using really color-fast materials, light is the enemy. And all light is the enemy of books and like color thing, like fading and damage and just all of that. All light is bad in some way. All of it. Some of it's better than others. But anyway, this isn't real life. These are computer books. Computer books? No. I'm going to just order one of each. I was about to overthink something. I'm not gonna. I'm just gonna do a thing. Manga goes over here, next to the other books. Man, I want some of those pastries in real life. Can you tell I really need to eat lunch? Is this the second book? Is this the second? No. Yes. Okay. I'm a sucker for strawberry shortcake. And I brought home the fixins for it once for my kids. And they were like, it's fine. And I was just like, who are you? This is the third one. So disappointing. Wait a second. I have 8 titles. I can do 2 titles on each. Damn it, woman. There. No, wait. Did I clear that label? No. No. Get it off the shelf. There we go. Okay. I forgot that I got 4 shelves instead of just 2 shelves. There we go. Which means I need to fix it. That's another phrase that was ruined for me. So, my kids weren't really into Bob the Builder. But just enough. Or is that Bob the Builder? Just enough for me to know we can fix it, or whatever the heck is phrase. So now when I hear can fix it, that's what I think about is Bob the Builder. And I'm like, we didn't even watch that show. We watched Handy Mandy more than we watched that show. There we go. Okay, good. Good. Fixed. Ah. You know what? How many days have we played in Paris? Is this like day 6? Well, that's not true, because I did play quite a few days in between. But really all I did was make money. So the progression would probably have been close to the same. Because I would have spent that money if I had been playing on stream. Instead of hoarding it. So I mean, like what, 6-7 days? And we already have all of this going on. So nice. Okay. The next group is Haruto, Life Note, My Villain University, and Tripiece. HLMY. Or HLMT. I won't remember that at all. I keep wondering if either of my kids are going to really get into like anime or manga or whatever. I don't know. Neither one of them really got into Pokemon. Not to say there's not still time. We actually tried because I've played trading card games before. And I thought it might be an interesting way to kind of get them into it. And yeah, like we bought one set where it was like, came with 2 decks and all of this. This is M. So this is the third one. Okay. But we just never really got into it. Well, they didn't. I mean, it's fine. I feel like it could probably get more complicated if you wanted it to. But it's also simple enough that kids could play it. But I grew up playing Magic the Gathering. So, you know, when I started playing it with my kid, I was like, oh, this is, I mean, not like simpler than I expected, but definitely felt very simple to me. No problem with that. Just very different than what I was used to playing Magic growing up. Magic is so much more complicated now than it was when I was growing up, too. I remember, like, when were we playing that? We started playing that in, like, 92. And then my dad and I would go play weekly tournaments for a while. That was fun. Okay, so I need to order more of that. And I need to order the bookmarks. Ugh. You don't want to know what I'm going to do to myself. You're going to find out in a second, though. Okay. Books, skulls, hearts, fancy. I don't know how to think about that. Okay. Books. Because, yes, I alphabetize these too. Do I have to? No. And here's the thing. I actually debated for a while because I thought maybe the hearts should go next to the spades. Because that's a different way of classifying things, right? 1, 2, 3. It's 3. But it reminds me of that Wilmot's Warehouse game, and I don't know if either one of you have played it or anybody else who might be here or listening or in the future or whatever. But if you like games about sorting and organizing things, that is a fantastic little game. It gets a little stressful because there's time limits and stuff, but I loved playing that game. And is it skulls next? I just realized I might have gotten that backwards. Oh no, I put the hearts in the wrong spot. So this is next. Okay. But you can organize that game however you choose. There are no words in that game. So you can actually decide how you want to organize things, and everything is designated by symbols and like in colors. So you know, you get to define what something is. There is no right or wrong. There is no set in stone. There's none of that. So you can just choose. And it was so weird for me because I actually played it and then I ended up looking up to see if anybody else had played it and like, you know, streamed it or recorded it or whatever. And it was so weird watching other people sort. I was like, ah! And it made sense for them. Most people tend to sort by what they think the symbol represents and put like groups of things together where they feel like they go together. Kind of like a subject, but it's not really a subject. It's categories maybe. But yeah, I just remember going, I really had trouble watching people play it because it was so weird to watch somebody. I think we talked about this not that long ago where it was like having people explain how they do math, even though we're doing the same math problem, getting there is not always the same for everybody. And it's just weird realizing how people do math problems, not really simple ones, like not addition or subtraction or whatever, but just even though we end up in the same places. I actually really think it's beautiful about math that as long as you understand the rules and keep in the rules, you know, the how you get there is not necessarily as important as the result, but it's kind of fascinating knowing that everybody does it differently, and I did not put that in the wrong spot. Good job. Okay. First I thought I did. Okay, but we're good. We're good. All right. So I think we might have one more day in us. I don't know how much. What time is it? It is 1:45 in my world. You go. You do not go there. Damn it. All right. So now I can order this stuff. Probably need more than 4 boxes now that I'm thinking about it. I'm going to go ahead and order 6 of each. I should have enough to do that. Why doesn't this have a box here? Oh. Ask and ye shall receive. All right. Oh. How do you have... Oh, because we already ordered it. I was like, how do you already have extras? And the answer is, you already ordered them, ding dong. They're already working on it. Another giant pile of books. Okay, so while we're waiting on that, we can go ahead and stock this up for tomorrow. And actually, what do I want to do about that? Do I want to turn this again? I do. Okay, I want to have 2 coffee brewers going. I didn't order pastries either. And then I think I might need a corner. So let's go ahead and do that. So this, come over here. And this can come over here. And then we can go get this. Yeah. Hey, that actually snapped to where I wanted it to go. Although it does stick out a little bit. Because of that. Maybe I could just line it up with this corner. And then I can line you up with that. And that'll work out. I do like the fact that it centers the... Because this is not quite as big of a footprint. I like the fact that it centers. Okay. Nope. Open the box. Turn the machine. Get it to where you want it. Perfect. Perfect. Not perfect. Oh, it won't. It won't do it. Well, fine. We're gonna be fussy. Actually, I just realized what I could do. Oh, it still won't go. Fine. Obnoxious. Just let me center it on the thing. They're supposed to line up. Okay, I think I've figured out this. It's as close, I think, as I've gotten it in a while. So I'm just going to leave it be. All right, so now we can do this. Can I put a plant on here or something? Because it looks kind of empty and naked. This is not where things live. What do we want up here? Do we want like a bird of paradise? I don't want it to be too big, but I don't remember how big all the plants are. So hey, look, we decorated. That's not where I wanted it. Oh no! What? No, give me the plant. No, what the hell just happened? That was rude. Okay. Oh, God. I thought they fixed the plant. I thought they fixed how the plants work. Okay. Can I jump up on the counter? Can we make it do? I want it to be kind of centered, but it feels like it... Okay. Good enough. We'll leave it. Look, I decorated. Used books. Crap on a cracker. Okay. Do I want to put used books in here? I have this 4 empty shelves. Now, granted, it's in the middle of other products, but I feel like that would be okay. We could actually use the used bookshelves. I don't use those that often anymore, but we could do that. They're cheaper. And considering I only have just under 5,000, it might be wise. If I do that, I might want legendary things. Which means I would have to figure out where legendary things would have to go. Not just legendary either, but also like the first edition display cases. Theoretically, I could put that over here. I could put that. I'm gonna think about it. I'm not gonna do it today. These guys are already running their butts off trying to get all these books put away that I ordered. Hello? She just walks straight through me. All right. Finish up, y'all. It's coming along. 5 out of 5. Do I need to pay anybody? Oh. But that should set me up for adding all of that stuff in tomorrow. Because theoretically, I don't have to actually do much except for manage coffee. Autosave. You should be making coffee right now. She is tiny, or I am gigantic. I have never been gigantic in my life. Even when I wore, I don't remember, they were like 3 or 4 inch tall platform shoes. And they were solid wood bottoms, man. They were crazy. I only wore them a couple times. It's not like platforms were big when I was a teenager. I just liked wearing weird stuff. Okay. So we got candy, we got board games, we got manga, we got bookmarks. We've added a lot in. Fantastic, fantastic. They are all done. Why? How did that happen? So bizarre. And this one's oh, you know why? Because they needed to fill it. Nothing wrong with that. Yeah. The cat, like, sleeps sprawled on its back. It's very funny to me. Just like a cat. No shits given. 13, 14, 13, and 16. 13 and 16. All right. Cashier. Cashier. Get that little bit of difference between their levels. Nobody needs to be promoted yet, though, so that's good. Save me any little scrap of money. Okay. Enter. Oh, I've spent so much money today. So much money today. I've spent at least 100 grand, I would say. It's my estimate. Because I know we spent over 60 plus another 20. So that's already 80. And then I have a feeling I probably spent at least another 20 somewhere in there. I only have 4 upgrades left for the shop in Teddy's Haven, though, Bama. I know you're like way ahead of me, but I'm very proud to be only 4 upgrades away from that shop. Speaking of expenses and how long it takes to get things going on. I kind of feel like I should get some more cats, but I feel like I need a little bit more room for that. What the? Did I accidentally No! No, I didn't. That's not it. I thought I'd sabotaged myself. It's not out there that matters. It's in here that matters. It's what's inside that counts. Okay. All right, so what do I want to do? I think I want to set up used books in this back corner. How many used bookshelves do I want to do? Do I want to do 4? Well, let's see. I feel like I should also go ahead and order more children's books pretty early. Because I have a feeling they're going to blow through the books that I have there now. It also makes me think that once the shops are fully... not grown, that's not the right word. Fully expanded, if I will want to have sections where it's like, okay, I'm going to devote a whole bookshelf to a title. And I feel like the children's books might be like that. That is way too close. Okay, hold on. Hold the phone. That's way too close. I don't like it though. Because I would like for another. No, we're gonna have them facing away. This is fine. Chill out. I'm not sure what I want to put here. We're gonna lean into some. Oh. I'm gonna go ahead and buy them. So I can just make space. I can start accounting for them sooner. How are we doing on coffees, Chicky Poo? To be fair, I don't mind this element being something I manage. Speaking of them adding things that kind of add difficulty. Oh, it's not gonna fit. I know where it will. Oh, but I was gonna put something else there. Oh, this thing is so freaking big. It covers the light. Ah! It's so big. No. All right. Well, cat. I'm gonna stick this over here for you. So I can stick this over here. Because I don't want it in front of the light switch. Nope. I don't know if I like that, but might as well just lean into the chaos. I feel like I had a thought that I didn't finish, but oh well. Honestly, there is part of me that feels like I should have videoed all of the weird things I did for the layout at the beginning store. Because that store is so freaking tiny that it really is like a puzzle trying to fit stuff in there. And man, I did some really weird things to try and fit as much crap into that store as possible. I had a great time doing it, though. Okay. Please let me put the... I can see a gap. You can see the gap. Let me in. Let me do it. No. Oh, I see. Because I'm trying to base it off of the back of the object. Lord, that was a lot of eyeballs in my face. Okay, not the footprint, like the little yellow and black stripes. I was trying to base it off of the back of the shelf, and it's weird that it, like, clipped in after. Honestly, that was just a lot, okay? A lot happened in a very small amount of time. Okay, so now, used books. I have enough space. This is 1, 2, 3, 4.5 boxes. So this is 9. This is 18 boxes plus... Oh, how many in the back? If I'm going to do this whole spot, that's 4 apiece. So that's 16. So that's 28. That's 34 boxes of used books. This is not where things live. France. How many did I just say? 18 plus 16 is 34. What I find funny is that they call... Nope. They call $5,000 worth of used books. They call it Japan, like used books for Japan and used books for France, and then this one is just box of used books. Now you can buy any of them for any of them. I feel like you don't get the legendaries unless you're buying the ones that are for your specific location. But what I think is funny is that this one doesn't have a country name. These two do, but these locations are both in France. She's not doing anything with used books. Just chill. Well, they did move because of these shelves. But that means the line for the cafe is very funny looking. But good for you guys knowing how to queue appropriately instead of like being mass bedlam over there. All right. F. All right. All right, well, we went from having only books to having a cafe to having manga and bookmarks and board games and candy. Pretty awesome. There's so much more to expand the shop too. Because right now, much like all of my games, it's all function right now. So it'll be nice to get to a state of making it a little bit more, like getting to play around with making things less functional and more form. I mean, there'll still be a level of function because it's a bookshop. Like, there still has to be some sense here. Like, some order. But what did I see in the Discord that I was like, oh, really? I don't need this over here. What are we doing? There are specific bookshelves for specific genres, and I feel like there was something that got boosted if you had appropriate genre books on their matching shelf. So like fantasy on fantasy, that kind of thing. And I can't remember if it was like they were more likely to buy from a shelf that was correct, or like not correct, but matched, or if they were more likely to pick up more copies, or both, something like that. So I'm going to have to mess around with that eventually. Ooh, what's that? Customers occasionally buy max amount of books. Well, let's get it. Can I hire anybody else? 5 out of 5. When can I get level 25 for the shop? I have 3 more levels before I can hire somebody else. Okay. Because I'd love to have... One of the things I did in the very first shop, the super teeny tiny one, is I actually tried to make like little alcoves out of the shelves, and I made it into kind of 5 segments if you count the front of the store being its own segment, because there's like a box shape and then like a little bit for an entryway. And so I tried to kind of make it into quadrants, and one of the quadrants was the cash register, but then like everything else was blocked off by bookshelves in its own area. And one of them was a sitting area, but one of them was all used books. And I think it'd be kind of cool to create like a used book section. This kind of works because it feels kind of separate being tucked in this corner. But I think it'd be cool to have it be a bigger area, you know. I love used bookstores though. So kind of capturing that feel is what I want to try and do eventually when I have more space. I kind of did it in the Japan store on my other save too, where it had like a whole area at the top of the stairs, but that's not quite the same. Nope. I think it's so funny how much room this opening used boxes needs. Because you can't just open it anywhere. Whoop. I feel like she needs coffee. And she only runs one machine at a time. It'd be interesting to see if they added like groups or people ordering more than just a coffee and at most a snack or a treat or whatever. It'd be interesting to see like couples sit at the tables or somebody getting 2 pastries or things like that. Ooh, and then you could have stuff like supplies, like you could have like drink trays and stuff. Little caddies. Anyway. I wonder if they would do that. This game really isn't Cafe Simulator, though. This game is Bookshop Simulator. So I don't know if they'll ever, like, expand on this. I also wonder how the cafe people over there feel about me opening a cafe here. I'm sure it's fine. It's totally fine. I've only gotten 1 legendary so far. To be fair, I have a lot of boxes still to go. Yay. Ah! Little healthy competition. That's right. That's right. They don't have outdoor tables. I feel like when I imagine like a little cafe in Paris that it would have to have outdoor tables. So the fact that they don't is kind of weird. It's a choice they've made. Oh gosh. Hey. Oh, it's 8. That's why I was like, look how low the lines are. They're doing such a good job. Oh, that's because there's almost no customers left. That's why. I do feel like I need a second register, though, for the cafe. You know? Although her line's doing all right now. I mean, again, end of day, but I think the boys are still out. I really should do other stuff. There's part of me that's like, well, if they're going to be out, I could still play. But I do have other stuff I need to do. Like, I have laundry, and spoiler alert, the tree did not get taken down. I was supposed to do it yesterday, and then I completely blew it off. So I really, really should do that today. Because my goal is always to get it down. Like, it should have been down by Friday at the absolute latest. And that did not happen. Oh, no. Now, I think eventually, if I do have a nice big used book area, I could see wanting to use these shelves as kind of a wall almost effect. And then having more than one. Because frequently, I end up with more of these titles, like the ones that are, you know, first editions or signed or whatever, then my shelf will hold, which isn't bad. I think they did something to balance out how quickly they sell through. But I don't need to go over here. I need to go over here. But the shop will have to be significantly larger to accommodate that. Still only 1 legendary. You'd think if you order 30 boxes, you'd get more than 1, but not yet. I do feel like she managed the line a little bit better with the 2 coffee machines, having the full thing prepped. If I had a little bit more space, I'd probably give her a second holding counter, though. Since I have to manage it. You doing okay there, Michaela? Yeah, you doing okay? Wonder if it's a very zen thing for the NPCs. Do NPCs have zen moments in video games? The follow-up to Android stream of Electric Sheep. Alright. Good God, there's still so many boxes out here. They're still stocking like mad, though, so I mean... Even with 4 of them doing it, it takes ages. Look, like, the board games are still not done. It takes so long. If they do, we might have problems. You know, in this day and age in particular, yeah. Like... Did I get to level 5 on my cafe? Can I get the baguette now? Should look at that. Alright, well now I have to decide. Do I want to play this again next week? Or do I want to go back and do some Teddy's Haven? He did just release, in Teddy's Haven, he did release kind of a little update, but it had teasers for future update, and the teaser that he referenced was an aquarium. It's in the Steam page, and I feel like he's teasing fishing because people have been asking for fishing for so long, and like emphatically so, that I am very curious not only of how that will be executed, but I feel like the aquarium feels like, what else would that be teasing? Unless he's teasing an underwater biome, you know. But the last news I heard about a new biome was an underground, like a cave biome, which still hasn't come out. I have a feeling things like fishing and new biomes will take a lot of time, though. And I have no idea, like, how long we would need to wait, even though he has now kind of teased something involving an aquarium. So there's part of me that wants to go ahead and get in there and play it to see the new stuff. But then there's also part of me that's like, but if I hold out for another week, maybe the actual, like, whatever he's teasing about will come out. You know, not to say I couldn't play it 2 weeks in a row. I definitely could. But I don't know. Kind of want to keep expanding this shop, too. Why fishing? You couldn't enlarge the aquarium. The only reason I think that it's fishing is because people have been asking for it, and an aquarium feels like that would be, like, fitting. You know what I mean? Like, it's fish related. But I could be wrong. That's just a thought. He didn't say, for sure. Gain $1 every time a customer passes in front of the shop. Does that happen after close? Walk in front of my shop. Oh! Even after close, that feels exploitable. I'm not going to change what I'm doing, but I definitely see how I could see how people might sit with that just going. Walk away for, like, their work day. Come back to however much money you could do by doing that. I don't know. I feel like you could get quite a bit of money if you just left it running for like 7 hours straight. I ran out of room back here, didn't I? Dang it. Well, we'll just chuck this signed copy on the floor. That seems responsible. Do you think it's something else that he's teasing, though? If it's not fishing. You could also argue that, I mean, because I'm guessing part of the reason you're asking is because if the aquarium can't be sized up, you wouldn't necessarily be able to put fishing, like a fish that you caught in there. But I mean, it's magic. It's a fantasy game. You could just argue that they make it small to fit inside the fish tank. I also know, like, lots of people have been asking for fishing for a while. To the point of, I think he was getting annoyed with it because there were so many people requesting it. Like, I feel like there might have even been one person who was, like, spamming him with it. So... Alright, y'all. Y'all are too slow. Because they haven't even started putting these boxes away. They're still working on other stuff. I almost feel like I should have 2 shelves worth of board games. Oh, why do they need fish at all? It's just because I know people have requested it. I don't think we need them necessarily. I would be interested to see how it's executed. I feel like he probably wouldn't make it like strenuous or difficult to do. You know what I mean? Like, I just don't feel like that's how he's been building mechanics into the game. But he seems to be interested in giving the players things they ask for, but how they are executed is not always like I'm still curious what's going to happen when he finally gives us cooking, because I don't think it's going to be super complicated. I think it's going to work in a similar fashion to the other crafting in the game, where you just kind of put things together and then each one of them has a different color variant for the dish that comes out. I could be completely wrong with that. He could be making a very complicated system. But I kind of feel like the fishing probably will work similar to tending and harvesting and things that we already have going on. It's just going to be, we get fish. It'd be nice to get like a fish stand or like a produce stand that looks a little bit more like a fish stand. I don't know. You're more interested in cooking? Mm-hmm. Yeah, same. And I'm more interested in crafting armor and clothing out of specifically the ore. Like, I would like armor and weapons, because right now ore is one of those resources, and so is the wool. And he's actually just increased the wool thing. So I feel like it would be nice to be able to do stuff with those resources. And similar to cooking is building on resources we already make from other things. So it would be nice to have like multiple layers of crafting. Even if it's just stick things in crafter, get new looking things in multiple color variants, which is what we do now. I still find that process satisfying. I feel like some people who probably aren't the target demographic for the game probably would not like that, but they're probably looking for something different than what Teddy's Haven provides, and that's fine, you know? I'm surprised I didn't completely sell through all of the children's books, to be honest. I still don't understand how I ended up with so many extra... Oh, you know what? I bet there's some of these boxes have like 1 copy in them. I bet that's what happened. Hey, BB. Pitch you. Okay, so let's just take a look. Yeah, 1. Ah, crap on a cracker. 1. Literally. Is that enough to get them all put away now? Okay, that's fine then. Did we get rid of all of our extra boxes now then? How much am I selling those for? 4. Okay. And I haven't finished selling through that. This is the title I'm waiting on. Can I get another book title? Oh, I thought I bought this. I bought a mystery book instead, didn't I? Instead of the reference book that I was thinking about. That's why I thought it was a D title. Classic fiction, science fiction, children's. Lonesome Pigeon. The Three Commandos. Is that instead of the sword fighting? What is it? Three Musketeers. Is this an alternative to Three Musketeers? Who wrote Three Musketeers? Author. Alexander Dumas. Well, that's different. That's not Davy Farmstead. It is classic fiction. That would be my guess, though. Is there an author that sounds kind of like Davy Farmstead that I don't know? I mean, there's a lot I don't know, so we'll go ahead and do the Three Commandos because I feel like there's a couple of spots over here. Yeah, it's gonna go after that. So then we can go into books and more. Oh, it even looks like the Three Musketeers on the cover. So yes. It's interesting that the name wasn't reminiscent, or at least not as obviously reminiscent to me. All right, this goes after that. A little bit of this, a little bit of that. What the? Oh, I moved things again. I was like, it should be over here somewhere. All right, we have so much stuff now. Do any of those need more copies? Probably checkmate. All right. And then candy. I didn't actually fill these up. We have 11,000 though, so we could do that. All right. And you can't actually use the scanner to order used books, which I think is interesting. Maybe because there's varieties of book or varieties of used books boxes. Good job. Because we might as well fill these up. And then we don't have to order them as frequently. But now that I know we have everything out, I don't have to worry as much about the money situation. I probably need at least 2 boxes of all of those, but they can wait. We might be in the red again today. Not terribly surprising. Don't buy Tiny Women. Okay, don't buy Tiny Women. I kind of feel like I should let spice sit too. Because eventually I'm going to need to put something where spice... The double shelf of spice, you know? Not buying that. What am I standing on? Oh. Oh, because I ended up with extra. I bet I have enough to fill, like, to empty a box. I bet it's one of those situations. 9. Wait, what? Oh, I think I heard the door. Oh, man. Literally... Oh. Wait a second. Oh, I took them off the wrong shelf. There we go. Okay. I keep forgetting about that first one being starting with a B. Oh. Oh my god. Oh my god. Too much happening in one closed quarter area. Would you please let me put this down? Thank you. 8 in a box. Meh. See, this is what happens when you don't math. You end up with extra crap. Oh, they are home, though. Okay, I should really wrap it up, then. I still... Oh, God. I still did not end up with, any more legendaries. After all of those boxes. 34 boxes. I could order more, but I'm not going to bother. That can be future us. Future us can do that. Oh, yeah. I'm so glad you got to hang out. It's nice to see you again. Well, chit-chat with you again. Since I see you other days when you're streaming. But it's nice to have you in here. So I hope you have a wonderful day. And, yeah, all good things. All right. Yeah, I gotta go do real stuff, like real life stuff. But I might go outside. I might do a fire pit, just so, you know, get outside. Yeah. All right, so now coffee is set up. Are you guys done now? Oh, lordy be. All right, come on now. I'm going to help them put books away, and then we're going to end the day, and then we're going to wrap it up. Where do things live? Things live over here. When can I get another shop person? At level 25. I'm only at level 22. Nah. I didn't order pastries, but that's okay. Oh, I meant to look at that. Ah, I just got to level 4. That's okay. Man, you could make a gigantic cafe if you had multiple cash registers and stuff. I wonder how many employees you could have. Did I pay people? Nope. I'm still getting dollars for people walking by the store. Ah, I don't like that when sometimes you want to close out of an app, it still kicks you out of the thing completely. I don't like that. Level 8. Okay. But how many max? Well, right now it says 1 of 1. Open position. Is this indicative of how many I could have in the end? Or does this fill in over time? Well, you know what we could do? Ugh. We could look here. Yeah, I think it only shows me that there's going to be another slot available. I don't think it actually shows me how many slots I can have overall. Because I feel like when I first started playing this game and I would hire somebody, I'd be like, oh, this is the last employee I can have. And then after a few more levels, I'd be able to have another one. So I think that it just it shows you the next one and not the total. Which is fine. But it makes you wonder how many cafe employees you could have eventually. How massive of a cafe. Just turn it into a cafe simulator. Stop selling books altogether. Or you could do a coffee shop plus used bookstore. That was one of the things, one of the experiments I tried on my other save was just all used books. It was kind of weird. It was hard to make money because I think I only sell the books for like 4 a piece. Uh-oh. Where did I need to stick this? There. So it was hard to get ahead in that particular save. Now you do get a lot of like the first editions and stuff like that. I eventually sold them all and then did a different build after that. I really don't even remember how many builds I did. I just kept tearing things down and reconfiguring and then tearing, like selling through all of the excess and then tearing it down and doing it again. But that shop is particularly tricky. All right. I also like the fact that they don't lock you into unlocking your shop in a certain order. Like, I like the fact that I can make it... I don't mind having it unlock in a certain order, but I like the fact that I can make it how I want to make it, you know? Yeah, I agree. having it be flexible. All right. Look at all this progress we made. I should grab tips. All right. I can't believe it's in the green. That's amazing. It's only in the green because of the other shops. Otherwise, it would still be in the red for sure, for sure. Oh, Lord. All right. So, why am I stuck? Oh, because I can't go any further back. So that was pretty good. I'm glad I saved up a bunch of money to get a jump start on getting the cafe going. I'm so glad that we got the new employee. I'm glad that we got to check that out. I was kind of nervous about including the word updates in my title just because I was like, what if we don't actually make it to the updates? But we did get to the updates. We got all of the additional stuff going on in here. I still haven't started unlocking comic books, but if we stream this again next week, then we can start working on that goal, getting some more of the shop like expansion done, and then maybe start messing around with some configuration stuff just to see what we can do. But yeah, next week will be Dreamlight Valley for sure, and mystery game that I have yet to decide for next Sunday. But yeah, thank you so much. I'm so glad you guys hung out today, and anybody who might be lurking or watching this in the future, thank you so much. I hope you have a lovely day, nighttime, wherever you are, whenever you are, and I will see you next time. Bye!